Okay, let's see. It says we're alive. Bam! People already here. Avid, how you doing? Driving to work and listening. All right, Avid, thanks for coming in. Sunfish Assassins, I believe it is live. Y'all can hear me out there, I'm assuming. Had no intention of coming on tonight, but several people asked, so I said, well, what the heck. Boom, there we are. Got Lynn in the house, J-Dog, 1 ton. Ace Catfishing. Mark Clark, thank you. Robert James. Elston, driving home. Awesome show, Elston. You know, the polls are the show, but it's you, my friend. It's you. We just love watching you. Sharp Fishing TV. Hey, Sharp, how are you this evening? Boom, 8 people. No worries, Sharp, no worries. Doing an awesome job. Keep it up, keep it up. And those don't know, 1 ton out there, they are hitting so close to that 500 family member mark, the milestone of 500. I think they're up to only needing 13 now to hit that 500 mark. For our own channel, just unbelievable. We just started. I was just checking it before I came on here. Thank you very much, Ace. Thank you. I just started I checked it with my own channel before I came on here, and it's unbelievable. We just started doing this in really, I think we put out the first video. I think it was, I did the unboxing thing, I think in September or something. Then we started doing lives and some of the other videos. Those that didn't see, Stand 3, gotta love my son. Bam, he bought us a couple of catfishing crappie hats. Where'd my 1 ton hat go? I brought it in here with me. Little Smith loves the 1 ton hat. She stole my 1 ton hat this weekend. But checking our own channel, we put out the first unboxing video. I think I did it in like September, somewhere in there. We really started doing lives and stuff in October, I think. Last part of October, I did the Ace show where we were going on live on Monday nights after Catfish Weekly. Did that for a little while, and but as far as my channel goes, I say my channel, I meant Stand 3 of mine. We are at 435 wonderful family members already. 435 in just a few months. Just unbelievable. You're putting up a live unboxing vid this Thursday. Awesome, Sharps. Well, if what I'm going to do, Sharps, I'm going to put up that Ace, that is exactly what we're working on. That's exactly what we're working on. But 435 subs, family members, anchors, pineapples, whatever you want to say. I like to call y'all family members because that's how I feel. But I checked our numbers, and we are at what was the actual number? Hope I don't knock everybody off. 239,075 watch minutes already. Which basically what that means, 239,000 watch hours. It means you need 240,000 to hit 4,000. That would equal out to 4,000 hours. So we are 15 hours short of hitting the 4,000 hour mark that you need to have for the whole year. And we've got that in just a few months. So I just can't tell you all what that means Can't tell you all what that means to me. It's just unbelievable, the support and love that everybody has out there in just this short amount of time. Just this short amount of time to have that much. Here I was last summer into the fall, beginning of the fall. I'm some dude sitting on the couch, and now I've got almost 4,000 hours of people listening to me talk. Just unbelievable. Like totally unbelievable. Thank you so much. Thank you. We got 14 in the house now. TX Tiger, thank you for coming in. There's Catfish Regulators. Aaron, y'all can thank Aaron as one of the ones for this live tonight. I totally misunderstood his message that he sent me. He sent a message asking if I was up for a live, and I'm thinking he was going to put one together just to hang out and talk. And he was at work, wanted somebody else to. Hey, there's my other brother, Matthew Baker. Thank you for coming in. Oh, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. I'll take y'all's word for it. Well, appreciate that, Skins. I don't know about all that, but I try. But yeah, just hey, Dragonfire, thank you for coming in. Matthew Baker, hope all is doing well, and we hope the same back there, Matthew. Hope everything's going great. Hey, Morales, Texas Fishing. Appreciate you being out there, coming in, supporting everybody's channels. That's awesome. Thank you. Skin and Scales. I don't know if everybody here is subscribed to him. Caught some awesome fish this past week. I loved watching him try to land them fish by himself. There you go, Jason. I say J-Dog is too calm. J-Dog is too calm. He's got a plan up his sleeve. I think you're lulling them into that. Chad's talking like he's got it already. He's fishing with Roger. They think they got that thing won already. 2021 is going to be a great year. It has to be. Yeah, if somebody could put everybody's links up there. We need 1 ton needs to get up. They only need 13 to get to 500. You saw that Sharp Fishing, my young friend there. He only needs 10 to get to 250. Sunfish Assassins going to be a great 2021. It is. Catfish Regulators putting the videos out there. That's right. 1 ton's got the big giveaway at 500. No worries, Sharp. And what we're going to do, that's right, J-Dog. How could they not love you? Avid is 70 away from 600. So if you're not subbed to Avid, if anybody can start putting up the links, please go ahead and do that. That's what we're all about, sharing the love. Anybody needs any questions answered on how to do something, or anybody, there's Mike Turner, my brother. How you doing, Mike Turner? Anybody has any questions about anything, feel free to pop them out there, and if I can't answer it, I'm sure somebody here can. When we hit 500, we're at 435 right now. When we got every day, there's a couple of subs coming here. I think this past Sunday we were at 420 something. So we got another 10 more family members. Damn it! I really can't wait till I hit 1,000 so that I can just go in there and dink, dink, dink. I've got so many moderators, but I gotta Hey, Stephen Corley. Great to have you in, my friend. I'm assuming that means you're working tonight. You're not blue either, Lynn? Mike Turner's got to be blue in here. All right, there's Skin and Scales. Skin, was that your link or whose link was that? When y'all put the links up, just make sure you I know you would, Avid. You're awesome at that. You want everybody, you're always supporting everybody, wanting everybody to grow, and that's good. That's awesome about you, Avid. Dan's Creation Adventures, another channel that's getting going. All right, Stephen. Well, this is, I know it's famous last words for me. But yeah, this it's going to be a short live. But that, who knows what that means for me. Short is a relative term in when it comes to me. So we'll see how it goes. Whiskers and Stripes. This is the Night Owl group. Yes, yes. Hey, Ricky's. Yeah, this is I was in bed. And I had a couple of requests that people were going to work and they wanted someone to talk to, so I was like, what the heck? We haven't done this in a while. Bam, let's put it up. So let's see. I did remember to take out my hearing aids before I started tonight. That's one thing with StreamYard, for just so y'all know. Mike Irvin, thanks for coming in. I know, Stephen. Hey, 27. If it keeps like this, that's just what happens. People come in, start talking. You can't just like leave them hanging. So you end up staying, and next thing you know, it just bam, bam, bam. Next thing you know, it's 6 hours, 7. All right, I'm getting off now. 8. Not perfect. Verse 1. Yes. Dan's Creation is working on a bank fishing setup. So we can't wait to see that, Dan. That's going to be awesome. We got Catman in the house. Is that what I saw? Brian B. Catfishing. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. Thank you. There he is, Catman. I know, Catman. I was already there. And got a couple messages that asking if I was going to go live. So I said, what the heck? Oh, Mark Clark. Thank you very much. That is awesome. Helping out my young friend there. Stealth Fishing UK. What is up? How you doing? I cannot wait. Wardern Woods. Bullhead fishing on Lake Ontario. Wardern Woods, I'm there with you. I was born in Louisiana, and we moved to New York, Pennsylvania area when I was a kid. Yep, that's what's coming up next there, Aaron. But we moved up to New York and Catskill Mountains area, and hey, Outdoors Addiction, Jesse, how you doing, my friend? Jesse out there in the ice fishing areas. So it's that time of year to enjoy that fun ice fishing. But that's what we did. That was basically our catfishing up there. Was we lived right on a lake, Mohegan Lake, which was just a small lake, but we lived right on it. Hey, Mrs. Skin and Scales, thanks for coming in. We lived right on the lake, and go out the front door, and the lake was 30 yards from the front door of the house. So, and that was the majority of catfish. They didn't really even have channel cats in that lake. It was mostly bullheads, and I would love catch those 1 pound bullheads, skin it real quick, pop the head off, and there's nothing better than them fried whole. They were just amazing. But holy crap, 31 people already. You're going to be a rocket scientist. If the phone could only understand what you're saying. Skin and Scales got a little bit of accent going, so he gets talking into the talk to text, and it doesn't always figure out what he's trying to say. Ice fish, it ain't gonna happen. I hate the cold. All right, so what we're gonna do, the way that a lot of these things work like this at night, is and now J-Dog, especially since you were up on panel earlier, if you want to come in and do some trash talking on the chat and we got Rattle Trap in the house. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in. DMV Whisker King, my brother, another killed it tonight. 17, I think. Awesome job, including some big ones. Very good. I'm sure everybody in here is already subbed to DMV Whisker King, but if you're not, you should be. I don't know what you're waiting for. Yeah, always, always. Always at just DMV was he was kind of where I got the whole just gonna be short and gonna stop. He's kind of where that live started happening for me, because he would say the same thing out there fishing. All right, we're gonna shut it down. About a half hour. Well, that half hour turned into an hour, and then the next one turned into another hour, and next thing you know, he's taking off his GoPro and say, well, I guess I'm not making any videos. It turns into 14-hour live overnights. Yeah, Robert James, it's just energy and all that on DMV's channel. If y'all ain't subbed to DMV, you should be. All right, so we got one person already that is coming in. Anybody else wants to grab on the link and join up in? Feel free.
Hey, Stan, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Ace, how's it going? How are you feeling?
I'm doing really good. Feeling a lot better.
That
doing
is
a lot
awesome.
better since Christmas morning, but glad to see you hitting it off so good there, bud.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. It just kind of
makes me proud to say that you started out on the Bait Shop Mafia and started your own show. I'm just shot right up there, bud. It's an amazing job.
Well, thank you. 29 people watching. Unbelievable. Rattle Trap Fishing put a video up earlier. So
you can't beat this fishing community. They're great people.
All around.
I mean, I had everything stolen Christmas morning. I was trying to message you before about it, but didn't get a reply. But the community pulled together and helped me out, so now I can get back out there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with all that, because LG Bass, thank you for coming in. It's like it's the same thing with like YouTube. Like somebody will go live and you get some notifications, you don't get some others. I have the same thing happening with Facebook, where somebody will say that I tried to send you this or tried to send you that, and I got nothing.
Huh.
So I don't know if it's my old phone or what the situation is there. Oh, look at Skin and Scales. He's getting it down now. Now he's got the links going. Who says you can't teach a country boy anything?
But I figured, well, I got these in today. I bought these on Amazon. And the first time I've ever heard of these, but I figured I'd let this out there for the catfish community. They're $25. And they're a 7,000 series reel. And they're left and right hand. They're really cool reel.
Looks pretty sharp.
Yeah, they're very smooth too. I mean,
Aaron, was the same thing happening? Were you sending me stuff too? Because Aaron just put a comment up there. I just thought he was ignoring me.
next, I sent you like, I don't know, 15, 20 messages on Facebook over the last, like month or so. And
well, that would answer a lot of things because I got nothing, and I'm thinking, well, okay, I guess that's that. And apparently, that would answer a lot of other questions. Yeah, there you go. There you go, regulators. LG Bass needing some FaceTime. JBT, thanks for coming in. We got 30 people watching. Mike Irvin. I think I said hello to Pete's Whiskers Fishing Channel from over in South Africa. Thanks for coming in. Who did I miss here? Yeah, I'll pop the link up again. Feel free to...
DMV, while you're in here, buddy. I didn't get a chance to send it out there. Oh, I better cover this up. I didn't get a chance to send it to you today, bud, but I'll get it out first thing in the morning. He's building a new fishing raft, so I got a camera pole that I don't use that I'm going to send him.
Catfish. LG Bass, always. There's a marketing genius right there. He says, LOL, Aaron, a.k.a. Catfish Instigator. Oh, too funny.
But I'm going to kick out of here, Stan. You have a good night. And keep up the great videos, buddy. Hey.
Thank you so much. And I guess we'll have to get in touch with each other on... I'll try sending you something through Facebook probably tomorrow because I don't know when this is going to end tonight. And
probably
see how that goes. But apparently,
one of your next 12 or 13 hour lives.
I hope not. It's just going to be a short one.
That's what you say now. We'll see.
Hey,
all right, later, buddy.
How it goes. There's 28 people in here, and you go, I'm gonna sign off, and 4 more people just came in. You're like, well, I got to talk to them for a little bit, and then 5 more people come in, and it just keeps going from there.
All right, later, bud.
All right, my friend. Thank you. Okay. Post comment. Trying to walk and talk and chew gum at the same time, and it doesn't always work. Yeah, I heard about those donuts. That might just make me want to make that trip down there. All right, LG. I hope that works out. I hope that works out great for you. Oh, is my brother Creo in the house? Drake, I'd use my bender to make every single bend. Yeah, that Dan, when you got to try to kind of rig stuff around it, Takes a lot longer than if you have the right stuff right from the start. Yeah, I got to be honest. I don't know how Elston and DMV and all those they get. You got we got 29 people in here, and I'm missing comments. Yeah, sleep is overrated. I was in bed just watching and stuff, and then I got apparently I like what LG had to say. Called them catfish instigators instead of catfish regulators. But he sent me a text and a couple other people. So we said, what the heck, and popped up on in and did the live. So anybody else wants to jump up on in there, I put the link out there. Chat's going pretty quick, so it is up a little bit. Anybody's welcome to come on in. $28 people in the house. Hope I'm not missing anybody. But yeah, like I was saying, just unbelievable the support from everybody out there. In just a few months we've been doing it, we're at 435 family members, and we are 239,075 watch minutes, which means all we need is another 15 and a half watch hours to hit the 4,000 hours already. We don't seem to plan them, Creo. It just kind of things just sort of happen. More FaceTime on my channel than that's true. That's true. Just in that one night alone, think of how much FaceTime you got. Okay, we got another guest. Let's see. Who's it gonna be? Boom. There's my 1-ton brother. How you doing, Uncle Josh there? How are you?
I'm good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Hear you perfect.
Yay.
How you feeling?
So I figured
How
out
you feeling, my friend?
I could do it when I don't use video.
Yeah, that does seem to use a lot more of the I need to learn a little bit more of the technical terms now that I'm actually doing this, but the bandwidth, I guess.
Yep, exactly.
Lot less bandwidth when it's just audio. But
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, my brothers, this is I had the one. I thought I grabbed it and brought it in here with me because Little Smith kind of commandeered my 1-ton hat this weekend for the live stream. But I do have my papow.
Boom.
Boy, I tell you what, this is a heavy sticker. This thing.
You're strong.
This dang thing weighs a ton.
Yeah, joke.
Get it? A ton? Oh man.
That's funny.
But yeah, y'all are getting there.
Yeah, man.
I think last count was 13 away from 500.
I think
Awesome
so.
job.
Yeah, I haven't looked in a little while, but I think so. Let's see if I can see it. Let me see where he is. Yeah, 13 away. So we got 487.
487.
But
yeah.
we're at the point where it don't really matter. I mean, I hate to sound like that because it does, for growing the channel. But we're just having fun,
Do I know what you mean? Of course I know what you mean. I'm Richmond. I'm 1-ton Richmond division up here we are. So
that's right.
You got to have fun when you're out fishing.
Absolutely, dude. If you can't, then what's the point in even going?
Exactly. And I got to admit that even as new as I am to this YouTube thing, there is more pressure. There is more pressure when you start doing this and you start getting subs and you or family members, pineapples. I don't know what the whole deal is with everything right now, but
It's subs.
but you do feel like, I don't want to say obligation because that's not the right word, but there is this, like, okay, I gotta catch fish for them, or I gotta, you do feel some of that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me that's just.
Well, you feel a little pressure, but I think it's more pressure on yourself more than
Mm-hmm.
anything, because that's just the way I look at it. Yeah, look, DMV said Uncle Josh is hiding. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
No, I don't have a good enough bandwidth in my internet to do video. Plus, you guys wouldn't want to see all this right now.
No, this is. I've done lives with Uncle Josh before, and this is the way to do it, because when you're trying to do the audio and video from middle of nowhere, Virginia, it's just not. It's not a pretty. No offense to you, Uncle Josh. You're a beautiful person. You're a beautiful person. You know how I feel about you, but the bandwidth that it takes to get both Josh and I on the screen at the same time, just an unbelievable amount of bandwidth. And
widescreen.
Yeah. But we got some more people coming in. There's Maurice Kaysen in the house. Thank you very much, my friend, for coming in.
Oh, what's up, Maurice? Hey, brother.
ACC Gaming. Thank you so much.
That's Ace's brother, isn't it? ACC Gaming.
Yep.
Okay, I thought so. I couldn't ever remember.
ACC is Ace's brother, and Half Crazy is Ace's neighbor.
Oh, cool. It's a small world in the catfish community around that area.
Yeah, well, you talk about small world. We got a South Africa in the house with us this evening.
That's pretty cool, man.
Or
That's
tomorrow.
Pete, right?
What's that?
Is that Pete?
Pete, yep.
Cool. Yeah, man, I just figured I'd come in. I hadn't been able to do it. I've been wanting to try and see if it'll work without the video.
It's working beautifully. You're 5x5, crystal clear, nice and loud, no lag. That's the way to do it, I think, my friend.
Heck yeah. I see Roger come in. Hey, Roger. What's up? I guess.
Muskrat Adventures. Roger's in the house. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Is J Dog still here, or did he leave?
Well, he went to bed.
We could have some. We could get some real game talk going on, huh?
Uh-oh.
Definitely looking forward to watching that this Saturday. That should be a lot of fun. Hopefully a lot of fish, but it's going to be a lot of fun even if there's no fish. So
that's right. Yeah, that's right. So excuse me. Now, hopefully I won't be too much longer, man. Doctor said I got another 2 to 4 weeks using the walker. I don't think it's going to be that long, personally. Because of course I always, push myself, and I've tried really hard not to this time. And I actually have gotten some relief today on my knee, so that's good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Well needed. So, yeah, I'm stoked, man. I can't wait to get back fishing. Maybe go live here and there.
I got to say, my friend, you're sounding great. You sound up-spirited, and I'm glad to hear that there's good news for you.
Oh yeah, man. Absolutely.
And you start getting not calling you old or anything. I got you by some years. We know that, but
not any.
you start getting up there, and you're like I am. Like you think, okay, I've got to push it, because that's what I always did when I was younger.
Yep.
When I was younger, the way that I made myself feel better was just to keep pushing through the pain, and then I would heal quicker. And I'd do this, and I'd do. Well, you get a little bit older, and it doesn't work that way anymore.
Yeah, you get a point you can't really push through, but so much.
Even if you want to.
Yeah. I was always one that, my father was pretty strict and stuff, but look, Maurice Kaysen, I did not mean to delete your message. I was trying to unhide it. But something about when somebody types country boy, it automatically hides it for review. So sorry, Maurice.
Really?
Yep. I don't know why. It's been doing it for the last 2 weeks probably.
Huh.
But yeah, that's to say. So the one thing my father ever taught me when I was growing up is you got to work smarter, not harder. But if you have to work harder than the guy next to you. And being a big guy, that's all I always had to do.
Yeah.
I always had to push myself and work harder. And
Well, you were
overdo it.
you were probably a lot like me also. I'm sure you were bigger when you were younger also, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I was. Believe it or not, now this is going to shock you, Stan, but my wrestling weight in school was 128 pounds in middle school.
Dang.
Yeah. So
I
now,
I knew that you had a growth spurt, but I didn't. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. My brother and I started going to the gym and lifting weights for wrestling and boxing, and then I really got into it, and that's why I had a growth spurt. And then in the high school, I was 6'3", 350 pounds, but I was solid muscle pretty much back then.
Yeah, because Stan 3's wrestling weight when he was in middle school was 103.
It still is, isn't it?
Yeah, it just looks that way because he's by me all the time.
Yeah.
He's about a buck. He's about a $170, $180, right in there.
Oh my God, that's my left cheek. No, that's my right cheek. Left cheek's already taken.
Yeah, I was that when I was like 12. I think I was 6 foot and about 200 pounds by the time I was 12, and
Right.
I only grew a couple more inches up, and then the other inches went out sideways. So.
Country boy said, "Takes longer to heal as we age." Amen, brother.
Yeah, it's and some things as you get older can't even heal. So
yeah.
But the best thing you can do is it took me a long time, and that was where my downfall was, is just trying to accept that. You get when you're the one that's been you're 6 foot tall and that big when you're in 6th grade. Whether you're the oldest, youngest, whatever, you're the one that's in charge. Everybody thinks that you should be the one looking out for everybody else. Right. So you've got this. Since I've been a little kid, it's always been I've been the one that had to. Everything was always my responsibility. Because I was the biggest one. So then to accept that you're not this 10-foot tall, bulletproof kind of person, that you can't do the same things that you used to do.
Yep.
What do you mean I can't? I can tip that car right, or I can lift that. Watch this. Here, hold my beer.
Yeah.
That was always me. I was always that, here, hold my beer kind of person. And
yeah. It's like, hey, watch this.
Yeah, exactly.
My thing was always, hang on, man.
Yeah.
You try to say I can't.
Exactly. Yeah. That's like that. There's that old joke that says, how do you get a country boy to do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Excuse me. Yeah, a little tickle.
Oh, you should be out here joining us for. All right, Maurice. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a blessed night yourself.
Maurice gone.
We stay. He's heading out for the night. As you know, we're all praying for our brother out there, Maurice. Thank you so much. Appreciate you stopping in again and again and again. We got 26 people still watching PD Fishing out there. Thank you for coming in.
Oh, PD, what's up, dude? And I didn't see Eric come in. Hey, Eric.
Eric Burnside. That's right. Another channel, getting his channel going there. He's jumping up in new family members, and
nice. He's really good when it comes to supporting channels too, man.
Oh, yeah, he's on everybody's channel. Unbelievable. Yeah. There you go. Thank you very much, Mike Turner, for putting that out there.
Mike T, the ultimate mod.
Yeah, man, I thought I was doing good there for a while. When I first came in and you start talking with people and you're watching how chat's going, and I saw like the Chad was the first one that I saw really like popping everybody's links out there and stuff. So I'm like, oh, that looks pretty cool. I got to learn how to do that. So then I learned how to do that, and then I was like, well, damn, I got to be a moderator first.
Right.
It doesn't work unless you're blue. So then you keep talking, and eventually you get blue, and
Right.
then Mike Turner takes it to a whole new level, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, dude. He's definitely a what do you call it? Not an overachiever, but he's very skilled. I don't know what to call it.
Yeah, he's quick.
Yeah, there we go. He's professional.
He's quick. I thought I beat him one time with putting a link up because it showed up first on mine. He's like, what are you talking about? You didn't beat me. So I closed out, went back in, and sure enough, his was up before mine.
Looks like Skins and Scales starting to do some sharing too.
That's right.
Figured it out. Man,
He
it took me a while to
figured
figure out how to do it without losing the stream.
Yeah, that's that's the big thing right there, because you're like, damn it. Even if you don't mean to hit the wrong button, when you got the big fingers, you kind of tend to overlap buttons on these little phones, and
right.
Oh, there you go. Douglas put it in there. Mike Turner, the Hammer of Mod.
Hammer of Mod.
There you go.
This is one of my. I'm gonna do voiceovers one day.
There you go. You got it. Hey, this is the perfect practice for that, Josh. You got your just your voice up there.
Yeah. I had a conference call earlier today, and one of my coworkers, I was doing a training session. One of my coworkers said, "Hey, somebody asked Josh to sing Bare Necessities from Jesus, what's the name of the Jungle Book?"
Yep.
I was like, "Shut up,
Blue."
Teresa." Of course, I got
Blue. Everybody's waiting for it now, Josh. We were sitting here waiting, so he's gonna sing it or not?
Oh man, let's see here. Oh wait, hold on now. I just got distracted. I see a whole box of donuts coming my way. Oh man, I might have to heal up a little faster.
See?
That's what I'm talking about, Aaron. Look, I'm telling you, Stan, you only had donuts, man. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I love Dunkin' Donuts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, some of the best donuts ever, in my opinion. However, Aaron sent some donuts by way of art to me when I first got hurt.
Uh-huh.
And someplace near him, I don't even know, dude. But my goodness, it was some of the best donuts I've ever had. They were amazing. I couldn't imagine, like, if you ever got them when they were still warm, like the hot sign for Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Amazing. Look, Doug said, quit eating that sugar. Look, I'm only slightly diabetic. Just a type 2, insulin dependent. It's okay.
That's I managed restaurants for 20 whatever years, and that was always the thing that everybody, even now when I go to a new doctor or whatever, the first thing I want to do is do a diabetes test on me. And look, my A1C is 5. I have never had a sugar issue. I've never had a cholesterol issue. My blood work is always perfect. I just can't move like I used to. I'm a big boy that can't move anymore. So I put on weight. My A1C stays at between 5.1 and 5.3.
Man, that's awesome.
My cholesterol is 100 and something. Everything perfect numbers right down the line. I'm just a big boy that can't move like I used to. So of course I'm going to put on weight.
Right. PD Fishing's going to bed. Good night, buddy. He got to get up in 5 hours. All right. That's rough. Woo. I ain't far from it myself, but I don't sleep much, so I don't care. And I don't have a long drive to work either.
Well, since we have a lot of people out here that does fishing and YouTube and stuff, and I'm going to put a question out there to everybody, and kind of put myself on the I don't want to say on the hot seat or whatever, because I'm sure a lot of people noticed it, including LG and Skin and Scales. 2 weeks ago, we had our live, and we went out on Skin and Scales boat. And for those that watched it, I'm sure you could tell that I was having an off day. I had a lot of didn't sleep the night before. Happens a lot with with medical issues, pain and whatnot, blah blah blah. But it was one of those days, and you just in my mind, that was like the worst live that I have done. That was just in my mind, that was the worst live that I have done, just because it was like I had to go out of the chat window a couple times and just put my back on get my back straight and things. And how do you, for those that does the YouTube, or even people that don't do YouTube, how do you recover from a bad trip like that, or a bad, where you've, up until then, you've got a lot of things, you're feeling great, things are going, and then bam, you just like hit a wall, and like, oh man, that was horrible. I did so horrible.
Have you seen my last 10 lives? I'm with you, dude. So for me, the worst ever is when I can't get comfortable. You know what I mean? Like if my back's hurting or my legs, because I have diabetic neuropathy, so my legs get to killing me sometimes. But yeah, Epic said big fish solve all things.
That is true.
That definitely is true. Honestly, when I get out on a good fish when I'm feeling down, it definitely does help. But one thing that I have to do whenever I'm fishing, especially on those off days, LG's seen me have those days. So is Art and the guys. But I just got to sit back and look at the situation. Like, I'm not at home on the couch. I'm able to get out here. I'm looking at God's beautiful creations. And I'm blessed because of that.
Yeah.
That's my number one thing, dude, is just look how beautiful it is out. Tom said, hooking your chair in the night.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, 2 or 3 times, Tom.
And I do, and I love to catch fish, and I love to see other people catch fish, really more than myself even. I don't know if that's just getting older, or I've always kind of been like that. My biggest thing is I love taking somebody that hasn't caught a fish yet. I love taking somebody that hasn't caught a fish yet and having them catch one.
Oh yeah.
I've done that with probably hundreds of people, and to me, there's nothing better than that feeling. Just giving them simple little tips and letting them cast their own pole and do their own, and to watch them, that's that's just unbelievable to see them get that excitement. And because then you know what happens. I always want to catch the next one, but
right. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like Art or anybody that's fishing me tell you, if you can get to my pole before I can, and you can catch that fish, go ahead. I don't care. I prefer not be on my one particular reel, but
yeah,
my burning shark, that's my baby.
Yeah, I've got this thing with when I get a new reel or a new pole. It's like, all right, I want to get the first one on it because I know I'm going to let a bunch of other fish be caught on this pole and reel. But when I hit that, I want to be the one to catch that first one. But hey, if you get to it before I do, go ahead. But
yeah.
But that's Oh, that is awesome, Lynn.
Where'd Lynn put?
He said, I have my mom beside me right now who is legally blind out here ice fishing.
Oh, wow. That's
what it's all about. Amen.
It is. My stepfather's legally blind as well, and I try to fish with him every chance we can, man. You guys are going to start seeing him a lot more come this summer. He can't really do too good with the cold or fishing at night because of the blindness that he has. So you'll see him a lot more. But that's amazing.
And I
Like I
think,
told you before, fishing with my niece has been an absolute blessing too, and my nephews.
and her name just kind of says it all right there. Is that the niece that came with us that day?
Oh, Heavenly, yeah, yep.
Yeah,
Her name
exactly.
is
That
Heavenly Anna.
you said a blessing. So what could be more of a blessing than having Heavenly catch a fish?
Yeah, especially like 45, 46-pound flathead.
And I think Muskrat may have caught on why he may have said something right there why that was probably such a, in my mind, why it was such a bad day. Aside from my issues and whatnot, is this is the second time we've had LG come up here to the James River to Richmond, and we've been catching some, 30 to 50 pounders, and I'm like, we have got him. He's going to have his PB. We're going to get him on almost a 50 pounder. It's going to be an awesome day, and you get this thing so build up in your head, and then nothing. And you feel like, first, you put that on as your responsibility. So I think that right there, putting someone on their PB or teaching them is what keeps my passion. Me too.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I had in my head that LG Bass was going to get his PB that day, and I think that kind of got in my head a little bit too. Epic Catfish.
You put
Go
so
ahead.
much pressure on yourself, man. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Oh, and don't get me wrong, I'm still loving it and having fun.
Oh yeah.
But you
We
start
all know
getting
deep down inside, whoever you bring with you want them to catch that giant,
yeah.
Just so you say, hey, dude, good job, you did that, and I'm so glad I got to see it.
Exactly. Just to be a part of it. That was but that's gonna happen. LG's gonna be up here with us or down there with you and hook into that 50 or 60 pounder, and
Oh man, I can't wait.
Epic says I went 5 years of super hard fishing while guiding and I rarely reeled in a fish.
Oh man. Yeah, that's hard.
Ace said just waiting for Little Smith and Tiny Smith. That's not gonna take long.
Oh, they're almost out fishing all of us already.
They have such a blast with it. It was so awesome that Stan 3 went into the bait store on Saturday with Maddie, with Little Smith, and the lady in there recognized us from YouTube. So she said, "Oh, you're the ones that do the YouTube." And Maddie Little Smith was with us, and she's like, "Yeah, we do it every Sunday morning." Da-da-da.
That's awesome. I got to tell you, man. Of course, you're obviously a proud grandfather, but looking from the outside, those are some incredible children. Like seriously, they are very well behaved. They're sweet and they're absolutely hilarious. Little Smith takes over, man. It makes me proud, and I ain't even related to
her. Yeah, she just takes the show, and I'm like,
yeah.
Like when I did that interview with her, I just
go big or go home.
Oh yeah, I mean, go big or go home. Yeah, she just does. That's them. That's them 24/7. They just don't.
Oh yeah, there's no fake.
They don't turn it on or off. That's just they don't know if there's a camera on or not. That's just how they are.
Yeah, like there's no nerves. You know what I mean? Maybe Tiny Smith a little bit, but that's just she coming out of her shell. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and she's a little bit younger, and but she's getting there.
Hey, Palmetto, what's up, buddy?
Ten years, I never thought it. Yeah, now, when I said I was a restaurant manager, and that was basically, a lot of people think of manager as a boss. Well, you're not. To be a good manager, you need to be a good teacher.
Exactly.
When you're a manager, it should run, whatever you're managing, it should run just as well is whether you're there or not. That to me was a sign of how you did your job.
Yeah.
Was if your operation could run just as well with you there or not there, that meant that you were doing your job.
Right. Yep. No, I absolutely agree. I worked in restaurants for, God, I don't know, 8 or 10 years, I think. Probably 8 years. I was a chef, and I've been a pastry chef and all this stuff, and numerous different things. But that's definitely something I learned, because when I first started, I was more of like I was more of a Gordon Ramsay kind of chef. And I stayed that way through most of my career until I got out of cooking and out of the restaurant industry altogether, and ended up, in the work that I do now. And a lot of it is, that training. That's, I've been training for the last 8 years, and it's even with that, it's really just sharing your love and knowledge of whatever it is. Doesn't matter what it is. If you can do that, then you're going to be good at it, and you're going to get through to people.
Exactly.
Yep. Like you with your tying a rock on the end of your line because you ran out of weights. I was telling somebody, I was in a live the other day, and I was telling them they needed to do that because they run out of weights.
Hey, thank you very much. That is the best compliment you can give me.
Yeah, exactly. It works. Shoot.
Hey, I've sometimes you got to do when, that's kind of the old school thing where, you use what you got to use. You can't always go buy everything sometimes. And,
Exactly. Yeah.
Stent 3 gets on me a little bit sometimes with being old school as I am with some things, but that's just me. That's me.
That's what my kid says. He says I'm cheap.
Well, I'm not even. It's not even that I'm cheap. I'm just like. I guess I was brought up that you don't waste anything.
Yeah.
So, you got sinkers and you go to cast out and you get snagged once. Okay, you get snagged twice. All right, well, don't cast another dang $2 sinker out there. Put on a free rock and cast it out.
Right.
You're just wasting lead.
Yeah. Exactly.
All right, I put the link up for anybody else.
To talk to, Dan or somebody that we hadn't talked to.
Exactly. We got all kinds of people out in the house. Still got 20 people. Eric Burnside, you want to come in? This is how you get your voice and name out there. People start coming in.
And this is how you entertain us.
That's right. This is how you get. This is a lot of people get started this way with doing lives where, you come up and if you don't have anything to say, you let me do all the talking and there's no pressure on you that way.
Right.
And everybody knows that I'm a kind of shy, quiet kind of person that I really can't talk for that long at all. My wife is really shocked. She's really shocked that I can just do this thing and go on a camera and start talking for a few hours or 4 hours or 5 or 6, 13. She's just amazed that she doesn't know where this came from all of a sudden, that's
Look at what. Do you see what LG put up there?
No, I gotta. I still have that problem. I still have the problem where I can't try to walk and chew gum at the same time, and
yeah. Oh, that's funny. Well,
that one about the tiramisu.
She wasn't supposed to hear that, Tom.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
Put this on the TV in the bedroom anymore.
You got to be careful with that.
Hey, that's all right. We can do some trades. A good Italian cook like she is, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's. I didn't get this big for nothing.
No, exactly.
whatever Southern cooking I can't do, my wife does all the Italian cooking. So
Right. Yeah, exactly. And she's a good cook too. Those sandwiches. I like my sandwiches.
and that was like a throw together kind of. She was like, I hope this is okay. But yeah, and I've noticed there's a lot of it's funny how there's a lot of people in this catfishing community that have been in management type jobs and training type jobs, etc.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, I think to be a fisherman, you got to be a teacher of sorts.
Oh, to be a good
more
one, I
often
think
not, you
so.
got to teach yourself.
Well, that's what I like about. He just put a comment in there. That's what I like about Sharp Fishing TV. Where'd he go? He was just in here. We're gonna do a live with him, similar to this type of situation. He's gonna do a live unboxing. I think he said next week.
Sweet.
But we're gonna do a live thing. There's a young man that his father doesn't fish. No one in his family really is into fishing that lives close to him. I think he said his uncle fishes that lives in like Michigan, and I think he said his grandfather fishes, but no one's close to him. So,
Right.
you know, learning a lot on his own and through YouTube and whatnot. But you know, you think back, a lot of us has always had that mentor, that fishing person in our life. You know, we didn't have YouTube growing up or these other things, so we were lucky enough to have that person that took us fishing. And you know, a lot of that he's learned on his own. So I give the young man a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very impressive. The doctor's not releasing you to work. I'm sorry, Roger. That's rough. But I ain't gonna, take over up here or nothing like that. So I just wanted to come in and say hey, and hopefully somebody else will join you on your newest Epic Live. That was only supposed to be a few minutes, and it's been an hour and 2 so far.
I know. It's been yeah, I thought it was about 30 minutes in. It's an hour already.
Yeah, you knew better. Look, I mean, you got people like Epic and Sharp and Mike Turner, Creole. I mean, you got catfish regulators. You got muskrat. So many people in here. It says 24, but I don't know if that's right. I can't really see it that good.
Yeah, I think it says 25 here on mine. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It just, you know, you got these, the support coming in is what makes this kind of thing easy. You can just, you know, you can come in and there's enough. All you got to do is just read chat and make comments on it. When you get awesome people in chat, like you were saying, Epic and Dan's Creations and Roger's out there, Jesse, Outdoors Addiction, everybody. You know, I could scroll up and read all 25 names. Everybody is awesome. Yeah, there's no one person more important than the other. Exactly. And my brother Creo and Skin and Scales and just, you know, the support that everybody gives. Here we were just, you know, we were just sitting watching Roger's live. I was in tears. I was literally in tears. I had to wipe the tears on my eyes watching everybody going back and forth with what's happening this Saturday when they do their 2-on-2 thing, and just the little jokes and you know, that's what fishing. That's what you do. It's about family and friends and fun and, you know, you know, that good-hearted picking on people and that is just, it's hilarious to me. Like I said, literally, I was sitting there like I literally was wiping the tears out of the corner of my eyes from laughing during that show.
Right.
You could just tell that there was just so much friendship and you know, you felt like we were all in the same room, just kind of busting each other's bananas, right? It was just hilarious.
Yeah. And so Epic was asking what on panel meant. I see where they answered up on panel means join the live stream. Yeah, so Epic, you'll see where Stan shared the link. It might not be there anymore. We might have to share it
I'll put
again.
another one back out. I'll put another one back out right now for anybody
it's
that wants.
pretty. Yeah, it's pretty easy, dude. I don't know if you're on your phone or whatnot, but if you click on the link, and then if you have an iPhone, it's gonna tell you to copy the link and then paste it into your Safari. And then if you do that, it'll pull it up, and you just basically follow the instructions on it. It's wicked easy. And then you could choose if you want video or not. If you don't want video, you can do like I did and put up a picture. But it would be pretty amazing if you came up on there. I know Sam would love to get some of your expertise, especially for that area, dude, because he knows your fishing grounds pretty good. Stan.
It's just like I say, the people that we have out in chat, the people that we have out in chat are just it makes this easy. Even if you're out there doing your fishing live, the conversations and the stuff that people can learn just from what's being said out in chat, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so much.
And when
there's so many years of experience, even in this chat right here. It's insane.
Like I have fished for, I'm the rubber band and rock kind of person. And when I first learned how to fish, my father taught me, when he taught me how to fish, I was taught how to hand line before anything.
Yep.
I hand lined, and we did pole lines and trot lines. I was running trot lines with him, and
we used a stick.
Yeah, a stick.
Yeah, my dad didn't. He wanted to make sure he could trust us with a fishing pole.
See what Jesse just said there, and that's hard to believe because you're Jesse, on your lives, you're awesome. You hit every comment in chat. You keep everybody involved. You do an amazing job with your lives.
Yep.
So no one would ever have guessed that you were nervous.
Yeah, that's just it, man. Just have fun with it. Oh, Creole, you gotta go to bed at 4 o'clock. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, go to bed.
All right, bone peaches, Creole.
That's right, bone peaches.
Bon pichet.
Bon pichet, monsieur. Au revoir. Parlez-vous français? But I got to do that. You're right. Well, I'm gonna hop off here, man. Let Epic see if he wants to hop up with his hotel room in the background. He said. But anyway, man, I'm glad you went. I really enjoyed getting to talk to you. It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm glad you. I've been worrying about you and praying for you, and I'm glad that you came up on here because I got to hear that you sound like you're doing very well. Your spirits are high. You sound really good.
Yeah, it's getting better.
So I'm glad that you came up on in.
Me too. All right, well, brother, you have a good night. I'm gonna stay in the chat with everybody.
All right, my friend, and as always, thanks for coming in. Two Stands Fishing. I'm sure we'll be hearing our messengers going off tomorrow as usual.
Yep, probably. So 2 stands for life.
Well, 1 ton for life, my brother. Thank you.
All right, we'll see y'all.
Yeah, Uncle Josh, what a guy. It was totally funny. We were when he came down to fish with us. I say down. That would have been over and up, I think, from where he came from. But we couldn't catch a thing. But man, we had so much fun that day. And Josh, the little bells that you put up on the top, the little bells that you put up on top of the pole to ding ding ding. He had one of those in his pocket, and all day long, like every 10, 15 minutes, when he would check around and nobody was really paying attention, he'd jingling them bells, and everybody would look at like, dang it, Josh! 15 minutes later, ding, ding, ding. Oh, it was so much fun. And we can't forget about our friend that we met there that day, Ivan or Igor, or the only thing that was missing was the vodka from him, but that was a lot of fun that day. Let's see. Yeah, I start talking, and I don't know how people do it. I give the people that can follow the chat to try to read the chat and keep up with the chat and talk to the person and come up with what they're trying to say. And I'll start talking, and then I'll be like, dang it, I missed a lot of chat. That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Douglas. Yeah, that was me when I used to do the restaurants. I usually did a lot of the opening shifts, so it'd be 3 o'clock I'd have to be there before 5 in the morning, be there by like 4:30, 5 in the morning. So 3 o'clock in the morning, I'd get up. I'd usually go to bed by around 11 or 12 at night. So I'd get about 3 hours of sleep, and my commute in the morning was 90 something miles. So it was about a 2 hour commute one way. So I'd sleep for 3 hours, drive for 2 hours to get to work every day. Mike Turner, thank you for sharing the links out there with everybody. Hey, there's Sabrina. How are you doing tonight, Sabrina? Okay. Got 24 people in the house watching. Thank you so very much. And not even any rods to watch. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to put the link up one more time, see if anybody else wants to come in. For anybody that's thinking about starting lives or doing lives or any of that, this is actually a great place to start because you get to get familiar with being up on you get to be familiar with coming up on the camera. Thank you very much, Roger. I appreciate you being out there. That totally means a lot. Like I was saying, as we were starting the live, put the first video out. I think it was September, October. It was just a little clip of some of the fish that we had caught. Some of the fish that we had caught during the previous years. And then I did an unboxing video. We started doing our lives in like somewhere in October where we started doing the live fishing. And kind of just went from there. I did some things with Bait Shop Mafia with Ace, and then next thing you know, we started doing our Sunday morning lives with Stan 3 and me, and we ended up naming the show the channel Two Stans Fishing, Pop Up the Deuces. And now here we are just a few months later, and we're going to be at our 4,000 watch hours. We're 435 family members. Just unbelievable. Just when I think about it, just mind blowing. Just absolutely mind blowing. Thank you very much, Roger. I appreciate that, my friend. Wow, we have a special guest in the back tonight. We're going to get him in here.
There we go. Oh, man. I look like I need some sleep.
How you doing tonight there, Mr. Epic? How are you this evening?
Oh, doing pretty good. I'm up in Michigan where I really don't want to be. I'd really rather be at home. Except life is terrible.
Michigan's pretty much about the same temperature, though, so...
It is about the same temperature. But it's kind of dreary and kind of whatever. It's work, though.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, the next time you come out to the Virginia way here, we'll definitely have to get together. That's what I love about Virginia. I was kind of raised in upstate New York, so we had the Four Seasons. Virginia's kind of like that, and it's got the Four Seasons, just a little bit milder.
Okay.
So
how do I see the chat thing?
Okay, let's see for the
Little
chat.
box down there. Nope.
You have to go. If you go over to your, it's different than mine, but I believe on the right-hand side, you should see something that says comments or chat.
Nope. I'm on a phone, of course.
Yeah, I'm on a phone too. I do it from the phone.
Okay.
Mike Turner, do you remember what it says specifically? It's somewhere on the right-hand side. Oh, it'd be that way, off to the right-hand side of the screen. There you go. Thank you. I know StreamYard, it gets backwards with the directions, but there should be.
It says on the left. It says Mike. It says Cam. It says Cam Mike. Chat. Leave.
Okay, chat. If you hit the chat,
Okay.
you won't. And now it should come up. It should say there should be two separate things. One should say
chat and comments.
Go to comments. You'll lose our picture. You won't be able. You'll like partly be able to see through that, but that's the comments.
Yeah, I see. So now everybody gets to see my tired, ugly mug. Let's get on to some catfish stuff.
There we go. I can't tell you how much it means. I see in everybody's lives talking catfish, and we truly appreciate the years of learning that you put out in there to all the lives. So we thank you for that.
Well, at least I can help people with something, because I mean, I'm telling you, I've been a catfish psycho my whole life.
And it is obvious. It is obvious. So you watch any of your videos, and you can feel the passion that you have for catching that next fish. Now, with all those big fish that you've caught, are you still satisfied, like, say, catching a 50-pounder, or do you need it to be 60, 70, 80?
I want it to be 60, 70, 80. That's what I want, but I have to be realistic. You know, I can't expect that every time, because honestly, and this is one thing I've come to know, is that big fish don't have to eat every day. They can be choosy, they can be selective, and a lot of people say, how do you know that? Well, it's because, especially, I learned that in flathead fishing early. I would pull up to a single tree in 15 foot of water with the right current and everything. Conditions are exactly the same. Catch a 70-pound flathead, release it, fish there the next day on my whole milk run, catch nothing. I mean, absolutely nothing. The next day, absolutely nothing. It's still a great piece of structure. It's a great piece of wood. It's got the right current. It's got the right everything. Come back 2 days later, catch that same fish. That same 70 was there. Matter of fact, one season I caught on the same piece of wood in probably 30 days or so. I caught the same fish on the same piece of wood in 25 foot of water right off of a ledge. So you got the bank, then you got the ledge coming down. There's a single tree that you can mark, boom. And you didn't always catch a fish there. And he didn't move. He was there the whole time. It was already post-spawn.
So he just needed to eat every few days or so, and the rest of the time, yeah.
And sometimes they eat when you're not there, you know. And I do know one thing too. Fish are binge eaters. I mean, they'll really, really binge, and we know this by having them in fish tanks. So, you know, of course, that situation's kind of a artificial situation, but you have that situation where you can feed a flathead in a 125-gallon aquarium, and he'll let bluegill swim all over his lips for 2 days, and then one evening go completely crazy and eat everything in the tank. Why is that? The temperature didn't change. The barometer in his tank didn't change. It's all artificial, but they'll still do it, and they'll do it time and time and time again. So I couldn't tell you exactly what triggers a fish to feed, except for when I'm in a natural situation. You know, the barometer makes a difference. If you have stable water condition, stable temperature, and then possibly you have possibly a storm coming up. I've been in that situation many times where I've been on one of my epic spots, and you know, I've been there for an hour. I was there yesterday. I was there the day before, but boy, that storm coming upriver, and you can see it coming. I can't tell you how many 50+ pound fish I've caught in that very circumstance, where by the time you're catching that fish, you're getting rained off the water, lightning storms and everything else. It's really cool. But I never say one thing about nature of fish, or get down to that root equation, unless it's happened to me many times. And I look at it scientifically. I don't say, well, because it happened one time, July 2nd, 1984, that this is the rule. I used to do that when I was young, and I ended up proving myself wrong time and time
again. Well, Epic, you are making my night, because I'm just the guy. Like I said, I'm a regular guy. I was taught catfishing with a hand line and pole lines, and that's when I was a kid. That's how I was taught to catfish. But to hear this, to know that I'm saying the things when I'm on my lives, I'm trying to give out information to everybody, and to hear that what I'm saying is kind of agreed upon by other people that have a lot of experience out there, it makes me feel good. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome, Stan. I really enjoy your enthusiasm about this. I mean, you're very fun to listen to, and I love the fact that you're learning and you're putting that stuff to use, and you're joining in with the catfishing and learning everything you can and sharing stuff. I do see somebody said something here. Hold on. Something about Wells cats. Something about going. I'll tell a quick story. I really wanted to go fish for Wells cats. Probably, I don't know, 25 years ago. And I had this dream of bringing Wells cats home and stocking them in rivers. And I'm really glad I didn't, because once Wells cats get in somewhere, that would have really hurt our native population. And there was things I'd always wanted to do that you go, well, that's just not smart. And thank goodness that was the case with that.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I saw where that had.
Huh?
I saw where the Wells catfish. There was somewhere where that happened, where they had got introduced to a river system somewhere in Europe.
Oh yeah.
And it took out every fish species almost that was in there, and it was just the wells just overran the entire river.
Yeah, and that is actually, it's a phenomenon. It's not necessarily that the Wells cat is that overpowering as a predator. It's actually, they used to call it New Lake syndrome. I forget what they call it now, but when you first introduce a species and there is no real competition niche, they end up doing this explosion in both size and numbers until the equilibrium can come down. And sometimes it takes 30-40 years. There was a lot of big lake and impoundments put in a lot of these states about the 60s and 70s. And, Shelbyville Lake, for one, is probably 2.5 hours from where I live. And the walleye population got so huge, everybody was catching 10, 12, 13, 14-pound walleyes. But that went away. It now a big walleye is 6-7 pounds.
Yeah.
But it just opened it up to all that habitat and all that growth and all that stuff. But I could bore you guys with a little bit more science here real quick. So fish have a pheromone that they give off. All right. So every single fish, just say you have a 5-acre pond and you put in 10 channel cats. Well, those 10 channel cats are all giving off a pheromone. And it actually tells their brainstem how many catfish per gallon of water is in that pond. So it will actually affect the spawn rates. So really, there's no real chance of super overpopulation with predator fish. There is with, things like crappie and bluegill and stuff like that, because they're low level, basic, almost like a herbivore. So a lot of people think that, we have to manage fish populations as human beings. We have to use our brain, say, well, you got to take the big ones, give the little ones room to grow. You got to take the little ones, give the big ones room. Really, some of the greatest fisheries in the world are untouched. It's not us. We always usually make things worse. We do. And so I just chose a long time ago, because I saw some of the places that I fished that were fantastic, that I myself could affect, especially when I was doing pre-spawn big channel cats. I mean, each one of those females, they come in early, and if I target them up those tributary rivers and they're all laying 100,000 eggs, they're all, basically putting their genetics into that nest thing. What if I was to let my customers keep 35 big channel cats every year for 10 years? I mean, I could literally affect a river system myself.
And that's just you.
Just me.
So now
Everybody's
imagine
like,
how
well,
many other people.
yeah, exactly. So I didn't, at one time I really did try to help the DNR and other, catfish organizations and stuff establish some sort of limits on fish. But, it's a highly political thing. It's not an easy thing to do. And I just decided, I'm gonna regulate myself. So I haven't kept a catfish in 30 years, and nobody else in my boat has either.
Well, amen. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
and I'm not trying to virtue signal. I mean, people do whatever they want with their stuff. I'm fine with that. Fact is, I'm not a big fan of eating catfish. I used to eat everything that walked or crawled at one time or another, and I've used everything that walked or crawled for bait.
Well, like I said, I'm originally from Louisiana, so you know where that's going. So
yes,
yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, we're a big believer in CPR. We're a big believer in selective harvest. We love eating fish, but I'm going to take that, like catfish. I'm going to take that 3-pounder, that 3 to 5 pounder. To me, that's a perfect fillet. That's going to be the best meat, in my opinion. And I'm going to take a few of them when I want to eat, and that's what I'm going to take.
And that's actually a smart thing as far as health goes too, because
yeah,
as far as I know, almost every state has, catfish over 15, 20 inches on the do not eat list, pretty much.
Yeah.
I've seen the toxicology reports, and I should say this, I did, when I did Pro Cats, we had about 4,000 members, and we had a group that would volunteer for the DNR on their shocking studies and their toxicology reports and all that stuff. So I've spent boring days clipping fins and measuring minnows. I mean, minnows like that, 1,000
that
minnows.
would be awesome.
Oh, yeah, that the minnow part's not awesome. No, I've already measured like 700 freaking river shiners. But yeah, if you get into the catfish, it's pretty cool. But I was actually involved in one of the growth studies on flatheads, so I know pretty much in a Midwestern river where the growing season is about. I know when their growing season is, when it isn't, how big, how old they are, and how big they are, and stuff like that. And see, here I go. I got so much stuff to say, I start stumbling around on my words. I just need to slow down and be precise.
You're doing awesome, Epic. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming up here. I will talk catfish. I will talk fish 24/7. I love catfish. That happens to be my main passion right now. But we go fishing for bass and crappie and sunfish, and I'll take a little kid out with a cane pole and a little worm, and that's some of the most fun you'll ever have. So I'll talk fishing 24/7, and to learn things about. We were talking about that before with the science, and I'm the math guy, and somebody else said physics, and I just to me numbers, like I understand the numbers, and like you were saying before about the amount of taking that many big fish out of that gene pool, what that'll do to that gene pool.
Yeah, and it's actually exponential. Because
exactly.
It's a humongous math equation, actually. But, so let's talk root of this whole thing. To find catfish, to find big catfish consistently, about 25 years ago, I started looking at this situation with many, many, many days on the water. And I actually had a couple of epiphanies while on the water about current. Because I would fish some dams, and I'll probably explain this or even do a video on it. I would fish some dams that have absolutely nothing on the bottom except for the exact same thing. They've got 12 by 12 by 12 concrete buffers all the way across, and they would run one side or they'd run the other side. And, I always fished on the slower side because it's more, comfortable to fish and easier to manage the boat and all this stuff, So by the time I was probably 20 or so, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to try that other side. Yeah. And the current's coming towards me and all this stuff. And so, I started catching big flatheads on the current side. The other side, which was more of an eddy pool, had slower current. Now, you can catch flatheads in slower current, but so since I went to the other side into the faster current, and I fished that and caught bigger flatheads that day. I thought, wonder what's going on here. Maybe I was just on the bite. So I flip over to the slower side. No fish. Slip over to the faster side. Yes. So for the next 5 years, every single time I would test both areas. And yeah, I'd catch a few in the slower side. But if I want to catch a 60 or a 50, I better be going to the current side. And it just sort of hit me all at once. Current is the most important thing, because I put it together with a lot of my other fishing to where I could catch big fish in places that had no structure, but as long as they had adequate depth and enough of the right current. And of course, there's 3 different currents. So yes, it's an exponential, equation, but the whole equation goes like this. It says, if you want to catch big catfish, it's current first, depth second, cover third. But there's other little exponentials there, because you got to go current, acceptable current for the species of fish you're fishing for. Second, acceptable depth for the species of fish you're fishing for, and then cover that is acceptable for the fish you're fishing for. And then you have to put underneath that, and if we were doing one of those, big equations, underneath it is time of year. It's time of year. So, the equation is really pretty great as far as once I figured it out myself, because then I could go anywhere, including on another continent, and find big fish using that basic strategy.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Current.
Yes.
Do you think the reason with that is that the proper current, it's going to flush more bait, more feed down? No?
Nope. Keep going.
Temperature and oxygen.
Keep going.
No, I'm wrong again.
It's more basic than that. Okay. So a fish does not have a thinking brain. We know this because we've studied them. They have a Pavlovian response, but flatheads are horrible at it. It's all instinct. So how is a non-thinking creature that cannot weigh circumstances, cannot make a decision, cannot judge, well, if I do this, what's going to happen if I do that? Really, the circuitry that a catfish has is, does this feel comfortable or does this not feel comfortable? So if you're going to be successful as a species, if you think about it, if you lack current, it's advantageous for you to be not comfortable, because you could actually die if you just hang around on a river on a shallow flat, and then all of a sudden the river drops and you're stranded. So yeah, I've had to go down to the super basics. So also, flatheads, channels, and blues compete. So they've had to take a different road as far as what current they find either pleasurable to their central nervous system or advantageous as far as their instincts. Because otherwise, they would interact too much. So flatheads, we know, and let's look at all the evidence. Blue cats prefer depth. They don't care about cover as much. Cover meaning rocks, sticks, logs, big tree, log jam, stuff like that. You can fish blue cat waters all the time and fish just a little too shallow and a little too slow a current, and you may catch a few blue cats. But if you really want to target them, get off of that main channel, get onto that ledge, get onto that deep, swift water. All right. So channel cats are kind of like the masters of a lot, but like the jack of all trades. They will do anything necessary to stay alive and do well, but they're not the master of the universe wherever the other two are present. Sorry,
so we had a couple.
If I'm boring you guys too much.
Not at all. That makes sense if you think about it with like the barometer reading. The biggest thing with like the barometer is the comfortability of the fish. That barometer, the pressure affects the swim bladder. And that affects how comfortable they are. So that's why the barometer has such an effect on fishing.
Well, and think about this too. These are not scaly fish. These fish that we love so much, they have skin, and their skin is, highly sensitive.
Yeah. Isn't I don't know if I'm correct or not, but didn't they say that catfish has some of them one of the more highly the sensory What is the term I'm looking for?
Yes. So as far as catfish goes, you could kind of gauge it like this. A dog's sense of smell is 600 times greater than the smelling capacity of humans. And a catfish is 1,000 times that of a dog.
Crazy.
That's some proven science.
That's
I can't
awesome.
quote you where I read it, but it's possible I even talked, because, you know, I used to talk to a lot of biologists, and they couldn't wait until they were away from me, because I would ask them 8,000 questions in a row, like machine gun fashion. I'm like, oh, so what do you think about this? You know, I did a study when I was in college whether catfish can see color or not. And it took me about 6 months to actually Pavlovian train them to respond to either a red light or a green light based on when they were going to get fed. And then I had to switch it on them so that, you know, they would do their reaction, because you can train almost any catfish. I used to have one in a 55-gallon aquarium in my bedroom. And so I would walk in and I would like peek around the corner and look at him, and he's just sitting there. I would walk in and he'd start getting up, moving his and wagging his tail. Like he grew up to be like 8 pounds. He was a big albino.
Oh.
And the only reason he did that is because whenever I would come in during the day, it was only to feed him. I mean, I didn't hang out in my room. So I could watch him and he wouldn't know I was there. He just still and motionless. But as soon as I walked around, he's ready. I mean, he's ready to get fed, because every time he does that, I do my thing. Or, you know, every time I do my thing, he does his thing. But you can stop that behavior pretty easily, because they're not thinking. They're doing that, just that instinctual response. It's like, okay, if I do this, I get paid. All right. So we can also say that wild fish will do the same thing. That is their learning process. For the most part, they know as much when they're 6 inches as they do by the time they're 50 pounds. But there is Pavlovian things. Like if I go up in the shallows, I get fed in the evening. I have an advantage over these fish. I can do things that I can't do during the sunlight. You know, I need to stay deep. I mean, it affects their nature. They know it beforehand, but it gets reinforced.
Now, can I ask you a question? When do you think that's why the techniques like bumping and dragging work so well, because it's an instinctual thing? The bait is being pulled from. They see the bait moving from them, and bam, they're instinctual to hit it.
My guess, and I can't talk to catfish, so they've never been able to tell me. but my guess is catfish are built to do what they do with as little effort as possible. So, you know, if you think about that, if you think, okay, these fish are simple creatures, they know pretty much everything they're going to know the second they're born, and they are going to be able to deal with their environment and succeed based on little things, not big things. Because if it was big things, like every warm water discharge that I used to go to on the Illinois River, when the water was 36 degrees, it would have been full of catfish, and there wasn't a catfish one in it, because it didn't have the right qualities. It didn't have the right depth. It didn't have the right current. It didn't have the right thing for winter. Yeah, had too much current for winter. And although they'd be warm, now in a lake, it's different. You'll find that blues, especially in a lake, will just kind of gravitate towards that whole warm water end, and they'll just act like it's almost like summer. But you put them in a natural situation with actual current, you go, wow, why aren't these fish in these warm water discharges? And they're not. I mean, yeah, there's outliers and everything, but when I go into 7 warm water discharges on the Illinois River or the Mississippi River in a matter of, you know, a month, because I'm testing a theory, and there's no real grouping of catfish at these warm water, even though there's all kinds of bait, but yet they're 3 miles down or 3 miles up, you know, off of the ledge in 25 foot of water, especially if there's a front ledge that's blocking the current, and the only bait fish that's even near it is up in the shallows, but they're not there. You got to say, okay, there it is. They can't afford to guess at things. You know, us humans, we're lucky. We're really lucky. We can guess at things, and we can do this. We can do
hypothesis,
that. Yeah. I mean, we can eat cereal if we want to, or, you know, decide we're going to eat chickens or mushrooms. But these guys, they don't have a choice if they're going to succeed. It's succeed or die.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions out there, if you don't mind. First one I see, Muskrat asked one back a while ago. So when targeting big fish, how much time do you spend scanning with sonar?
Oh, there's a good question. That one is one that is going to, I'm going to have to answer it in like 5 different ways or 5 different sectors, but I'll start with the first one. The time of year is going to be probably the most important to how much time I spend, because if I'm in a floodwater situation, like just say high water, which is normal for early spring, it's going to split that population. It's going to be because, when the river's down in its banks, they've only got so much real estate that is acceptable to them. With flatheads, it's only about 10% of the river on most rivers, except for if you get down to like the Tennessee River, where it's kind of like it was an old river channel and now it's basically a moving lake. That's a little bit different. But let's just talk about a river that hasn't really been influenced by people very much, such as, gosh, the Rock, the Senecet, there's a bunch of them. So I'm going to spend time. I don't have to spend much time if the river's normally in its banks, but if it is up and into the trees, then it becomes difficult. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on about 3 major things. I could go try to chase them through the trees, but that has never worked very good in the past. There's too much real estate and too few fish for that volume of water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick in the upper third where it's more of a canyon type. It's less low ground, it's more high ground. So I'm going to stay within that, which usually means fishing the upper third up towards the dam, because they can't just branch out when they're up there. So I'm going to look at current breaks, and then I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to focus on this, and this, not just because it's paid off in the past, but I know that these fish, that the water hasn't been up that high, so they're going to duck behind some of these current breaks, such as barges, barge terminals, maybe bridges, maybe abutments, maybe wing dikes, maybe things like that. So that's the first thing I'm going to, look at. And it may take me some time. But if it's normal, I'm going to spend maybe, and that, as far as time goes, it might take me looking at that situation before I decide to fish, maybe an hour, hour and 2. But I'm not going to spend like half my day looking, because that just eliminates my bait in the water time. So if I'm eliminating my bait in the water time, I've just decreased my success by 50%. So I'm going to try to mark fish. I'm going to try to use my, what I've done in the past. And then I'm going to try to, zone in on these fish. And I'm going to, every anchor, no matter what, is an experiment. So I'm going to listen to what the fish are telling me. Are they biting short? Are they taking a long time to bite? Are they not biting here? Are they, are they taking baits and pulling down hard? Or are they taking half the bait? Are they, if I'm flathead fishing, I got to know whether they're taking bluegills into their mouths, because you guys are going to not even hardly believe this, but a lot of times, especially in the cooler water period, a flathead will inhale an entire sunfish and then spit it out and just grab it right in half. I don't know what they're doing. I've seen them do it with my own eyes in my tanks, and they'll spit them and they'll hit them and they'll whatever. And, you'll see that, you'll feel that pull down, and then it doesn't have the hook in its mouth. So am I going to have to change the cut bait? Okay, so I'm going off on a tangent here. So imagine that.
Well, what we were talking about, there is so many exponential things. There's so many.
There is. It's
parentheses.
You know what? That's why we all love it so much.
Exactly. Yes.
That is exactly why we love it so much, because, and I would say that there is an absolute truth in catfish, because catfish are catfish no matter where they're at, what river they're on, no matter what. But that's only the little bitty piece of the internal. It's like it's like the core of it, and then you've got the whole rest of it that starts to only apply in certain special situations. Because look at these chats we're in. We have people from stem to stern. We've had people from overseas. You got people, and they say, "What's the best bait?" That's the hardest question to answer, actually.
You answered that perfectly, though. Location is
exactly.
is the best bait.
Yeah.
I listen. See, I listen.
Yeah, you do.
You answered. That was the perfect. If you have, it doesn't matter what the bait is. If you got the right location, well, I say that in general, it doesn't matter what the
Right.
bait is. But if you put,
Let's just say this. Let's go the other way. You can have the greatest bait in the world, but not be on fish, and it's just as bad as the worst bait ever.
perfectly said. Yes, yes. But if you're in that right spot, you can use chicken. You can use shad. You
Yeah.
can use.
To an extent, yes. To an extent, you can. No.
That's why that guy, who is it? That's he does the Santee drifters. That's using chicken breast and catching monster fish. He's dragging them right in front of the fish, and
That's right.
here's a bait that they eat, and he's putting it right in front of them. And
Yep. He's presenting an adequate bait into the face of an active fish, and that is the magic of it.
it's
Really
crazy. You've opened my eyes a lot tonight with the. I never thought about the comfort zone. That's just what I'm saying it right now. But that comfort zone, like when you think,
there's no other way for it to be. I mean, I've looked at this thing for 30 years at all different angles, with, people that are smarter than me and asking them the questions. So, it is one of those things where I'm not saying that I'm the all truth, all knowing catfish guy, but I don't know anybody who's paid attention to it as much as I did in such a psycho-ish way. My wife used to call me fish nerd. Lovingly, of course.
Hey, that's an awesome title. If I would take that title gladly, that is awesome.
Let's see, Catfish Boy, Dr. Catfish, Professor Catfish, all kinds of stuff. I mean, I could drive a person nuts.
No, we love it, as you can tell.
Well, you're the only people that are going to like it. That's one thing. You can't, and everybody will attest to this too, because everybody in this room right now has tried to talk catfish to people that either don't care or don't understand, and you just lose them in like 10 words. Yeah, and it's like they don't care about this stuff. They'll ask you, "Oh, what about that catfish?" So take a guess what the everybody that I live around knows that I catch these big fish, right? What is the most common question? I'm going to say no matter what.
I'm going to say it's two questions. Number one is going to be, where'd you catch it? And number two is going to be, what did you catch it with?
Actually, those are 2 and 3. Number one is, are those any good to eat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Or the other version of that is, you can't eat those, can you? Or, what do you do with that? Or did you eat them?
Yeah. Okay, there's been if you don't mind, there's been a few other questions out there.
Sure.
A lot of our catfishing community, you've seen me in the boat and on the bank. A lot of our catfishing communities from the bank. We have a lot of people that fish some banks from like on Lake Kerr and whatnot, further west here in Virginia that doesn't have a lot of current where they're fishing at.
Yep.
They're saying what kind of some helpful information about for lake fishing, bank lake fishing, where there's not a lot of current. What's some things that they can look for?
Okay, so if you take the current out, then you got to go to depth next, and then you got to go to cover. So if you can put two of those things together, you got to go to depth, which is acceptable depth for the time of year and acceptable depth for cover. So if they're looking for blues, you can take the cover right out of it, because blues don't really love, they don't seem to, at times they'll hang around, wood cover and rocks and stuff like that.
And that the cover for them is more for current, correct?
Yes, current and depth. And blues are big on depth. They'll venture shallow, but they're bigger on depth than they are on shallow stuff. They probably don't feel real comfortable. That's my guess. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I've never talked to one. I've tried.
That's up, awesome.
So yeah, if in that equation, you have to take out the current and say, okay, I got to go with depth. You find the acceptable depth for the time of year. Like the winter, everybody does pretty good on shore because blues find shallow water more acceptable in the winter than they do the summer, except for at night. So, and that's another thing. We had that daytime question. Yeah, I mean, you can see it all over the United States that wintertime is daytime. No doubt.
Yep.
I mean, I used to fish things just to either prove me right or prove me wrong or whatever. So I would fish May, which May is pre-spawn for channel cats, big ones, 10, 12, 15, 20 pounds. And I thought, well, if the bite is this great during the day, how great is it going to be at night? It was terrible at night. Every time. And it was rivers I couldn't even come home. I had to stay all night in the boat to make that decision because I couldn't get home because you got to see those rocks.
Yeah. That's something. Unbelievable. You've opened my mind to a lot tonight. Thank you so much. It's
well, and you know what? I'm still learning. I'm telling you. I mean, there's things that I've found out or things that have just been put together for me just in the last 6, 8, 10 years. And I didn't really know until I talked to a friend of mine that I could come up with an equation that told me how long people should spend on a spot before they move with catfish. And we kind of have been talking about it at length.
Yeah.
And really, you can stay about a minute per foot.
A minute per foot of depth
Of
or
depth.
of depth.
Yeah, of depth. If you're mobile, if you're in a boat, let's just say.
Correct.
Because usually, and I used to moniker this with deep water, slow bite. So I would slow down on deeper water, speed up in shallower water. And of course there's some, but this is just an average. So usually I would, if I was fishing 30 foot of moderate current, I would stay about 30 minutes. If I was fishing 15 foot deep, about 15 minutes. And if I was fishing shallower than that, 5 minutes. So yeah, it kind of rings true. You can add a little bit according to like really shallow water or whatever. My face is probably on this and off of it and everything else.
Hey, but it's the words that are coming out. That's what matters, my friend. It's this is awesome. I just love that it's how you broke it down to kind of like that formula like that. That's
when I was doing pro cats, I thought, how am I going to separate the standard from the events? Because there's weird events that happen with, that are not the norm with catfish all the time. And that's why everybody says, well, good luck, man.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, I don't know if you
yes, there is an amount of luck to it. There is. I mean, the
sure.
4-year-old that catches a 50-pound flathead on the Snoopy rod on Lake Sandcrest at in July 4th
with bubble gum.
Yeah.
Using bubble gum as bait. Yeah.
Yes. Exactly.
And then all of a sudden, every Wawa and convenience store in that area is sold out of strawberry watermelon bubble gum.
Exactly. And catfishing, and honestly, as a group, us catfishermen are tinkerers. We are really a big, giant group of tinkerers. That's what we do. We constantly try to think, okay, what's the best thing? How are we going to do it? And we do stuff homemade all the time. I mean, I got more stuff that I've made homemade than you can shake a stick at. And I'm sure everybody in this list does too.
Well, you want a perfect example of that? Look at fishing and stuff. How many subs, how many videos has he put out?
Yeah.
If that doesn't prove your theory right there on that, that's
yeah. I mean, holy moly. And, part of it is, I don't know about y'all in this chat, but when I was young, they didn't sell anything for catfish. Nothing. I mean young, like 20. I mean, I caught my first flathead on a Zebco 33 with 10-pound stren that came right on it. It was the old nice metal versions. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was nothing. I mean, and I probably didn't get decent catfish gear until In-Fisherman started promoting it. I mean, back in the day when, that was a lot when Doug Stange was like 25.
Yeah. If you were fishing for big catfish back in the day, it was a Zebco 808 with 20-pound test.
Yep. And I graduated to the 808s. And then I graduated to the, my first Abu Garcia 6500, the Walmart version, because it was the only one I could afford. And I threw the wheels off of it.
Well, I wanted to. You were saying about whether people. You were saying about whether people like this or not. I don't know if you can read that comment that I put on there now.
Yeah.
We need to try to get Epic to start a weekly show called Catfish Analytics.
Well, and what I would have to do is I would have to write a script for that, because I'll go so far left and so far right that it'd be too hard to, it'd be too hard to deal with. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to quit walking around and try to find a good spot to set this phone.
Well, you just need what you need is a co-host just to keep you right down the line with some of the things.
Yeah, but you saw how that went last time.
Yeah.
I was all over the place.
But again, that's what fishing's all about. You get, you start thinking one thing and then you think 5 other things with, okay, I got the depth. Now I got the current. And then there's, well, what are they going to eat now? And then you always, I think that's what makes us, that's why we love this so much, because we're always thinking about that next thing.
You know what keeps me going a lot is when I really do the dumb things.
Yeah.
And let me tell you a story. This spring we had super high water on the Mississippi River, and this super high water was very abnormal. Okay, it was high water early, and my regular flathead location usually does very well in high water. But it had been probably 15 years since it had been that high from April all the way to June 1. And I made the mistake of staying towards the main channel, because that is religiously bigger fish. Because as soon as you get off of the main channel in an offshoot, you pretty much guarantee where I fish, you go from a top end of 70 or 80 pounds in the main channel to a top end of about 35 pounds in the off channel.
Right.
Well, I made the mistake because the water was so high early and stayed high when it was cold. The flatheads had to move off into those secondary and third and tertiary channels.
Sure.
So I was so far off the mark, and I was like scratching my head, and I'm like, let me go visit some of this shallower water. And this is before I was even filming. And sure enough, that's where my big fish were. And it was already too late in the season, because I really hadn't, I got busy with work and blah, blah, blah. But generally, I'm like, those slap yourself in the forehead things, say, I wasted 2 weekends because I was too stubborn. Because, for 15, 20 years, this has worked for me. And I fumbled the ball.
I can totally agree with that. With that live that I was talking about a couple weekends ago, we were trying to catch just even something like shad.
Yeah.
We spent 2 hours of the best fishing time. We had live eel. We had good bait with us, but we were so convinced that we needed to get shad. We spent 2 hours from dusk, 2 hours trying to find shad that we never found. We wasted 2 hours of prime fishing because we knew there's shad here. There's shad there.
That is the bane of the existence of every catfisherman, unless you are blessed with water that consistently holds big skipjack up near like a power plant, or shad, blah blah blah, marinas with shad, and still it can be tough. I mean, normally it's not hard for me to get bait, because I'm mobile, and I've learned, and I've really worked on that situation. So if I go anywhere on the Mississippi that I've fished in the past, I know where to get bait. It isn't necessarily always going to be easy, though. And you might end up spending some of your time. I mean, the worst part of what I do is Moon Eye is one of the best baits on this upper stretch of Mississippi River. Okay. And Moon Eye are very difficult to get, except for at night. So I end up in the summertime wasting some of my time. If Moon Eye are hard to get, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm in the bite window right now. This is just killing me. And not only that is the information that will keep the thinking all the time. Yeah, we're always thinking. I am. Sometimes I don't even sleep in the summer. I mean, I'm just thinking about stuff. I'm like, gosh, if I'd just done this or just done that,
Yeah.
yeah. And every time, like I said, every anchor is an experiment. And usually I have a plan formulated in my head, because Sean and I drive a long way, and we'll talk 4 straight hours about our strategy. What we're going to do. I'm not kidding you. It's crazy. We'll tell some stories or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Most of the time we're just talking the strategy, and then I get to the river and I go, well, throw all that strategy out
the window.
Yep, said it was going to be 9 foot and it's 7 foot, or said it's going to be 9 and they open up the gates and decide whatever. Throw all that strategy out. So you end up, you don't. But at least I've been doing it long enough that I don't have to grasp for straws. And that's one of the reasons why I really enjoy helping people, and sometimes people appreciate it and sometimes they don't. It just depends. Like people are, you meet people at the boat ramp and they're like, how'd you do? I'm like, oh, we did pretty good. We already caught, 360s, a 70, 40 and 20, 25s. And they're like, oh, and I don't tell them that most of the time because, hey, look at what we did. And
Yeah.
I go, well, how'd you do? Oh, it was terrible bite. And I'm like, well, where did you fish? And I'm like, well, we fished all such and such over by the granary and, blah, 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 too shallow or too deep or, well, not usually too deep. Blues. Too shallow and too far off the main channel. They're fishing crappie water, hoping that they're going to catch big catfish.
Yeah.
I want to tell them, but I've got experience where I have told some people and they just don't think it's possible. So I don't even, usually.
Well, you're in the right crowd here because most of us will listen.
Yeah, there's a, and I listen to people too. I mean, I do. I mean, it could sound crackpot at the time, but sometimes if you hear it from enough people, you go, well, maybe there's something to this. I haven't experienced it before, but let me try it. And one of them is super deep water. And I'll tell you, I used to have channel cat and flathead mentality when I was trying to target blues. And I went down to those very areas that I filmed all those big fish when I first started YouTube. And it took me 5 to 8 trips to throw my shallow water, and shallow meaning 25 foot, 30 foot. That was deep to me back then when I first started doing that. And so I kind of kicked myself for not getting off of that sooner, because I wasted a lot of valuable time. Because I used to go down there and camp for 7 days on an island. Because I was young and stupid, and because they could have opened up the gates and flooded me right off that, but I got lucky. I was like Robinson Crusoe. There was no cell phones. Like Gilligan's Island, no cell phones, no whatever.
It was only supposed to be a 3-hour tour, and you're there 7 days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My parents would say, "Hey, when are you coming home?" I'm like, "I don't know." Well, what do you mean you don't know? I said, well, I don't know. I'm going to the Illinois. I'm going to camp out there 2 days. I might end up as far as St. Louis. And if that doesn't work, I might go to the Wabash, clear over by the border of Indiana. I don't know. And luckily, I had understanding parents at the time, because I'd only had a license for like a year. They're like, okay. So you were going to say something before I started on my tangent.
Oh, I kind of lost what I was going to say because it's just I'm trying to read chat and listen, and but there's more comments out there. This is the info that I need. I was in bed, but I'm wide awake now. I'm going on bite, but I'm not going anywhere soon. So that just tells you how much we all love that kind of information, that we're always looking to learn that next thing. Yeah. I think that's what I was going to say, is that I've been fishing, almost 50 years, and it could be somebody that just started fishing. I'll give you a perfect example. Has Life. There he is. Yes. Has Life. He just started fishing a year ago and just caught his PB of 62 pounds, 63
That's,
pounds, something like that.
oh my God. I'm going to tell you how long it took me to catch my first 62. I probably was 25 years old, and I'd been fishing since I was riding my bike to the river. Now, part of it was because I didn't have bank access to blue cats. That's the other thing I should say to you guys. I am old enough to remember when there was no blue cats on the East Coast. I thought it was the greatest thing in the world when the DNR decided to put blue cats in all those tidal rivers. That was the greatest thing ever. And I remember talking to a friend of mine who was a guide at the time, and I'm like, you know what? This thing is going to be an explosion of fishing on that East Coast, because I had seen those waters. It was basically full of channel cats, white cats, and a few flatheads. And there wasn't even that many flatheads because they weren't really native there. It was just a couple of them that people had put them in. And I'm like, oh, the bank access is going to be great. And I'm tickled to see it, because somebody like Haz, that can only be fishing for a year, can learn all this information, go out there and catch a 62 from the shore. Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
He caught a 50 within the first few months of fishing, and now it's 62.
Yeah.
You know, it's just that's, to me, that's like that's what catfishing's all about. That's what this community is all about. And to have him sitting there and still wanting to learn more, and he's been fishing here. I've been fishing 50 years, and there's stuff I can pick up from that person that's been fishing less than a year.
Oh, absolutely.
No.
And there's things that a person doesn't even think about. It's the creativity that goes on.
Exactly.
You know, back in the day, there was this big thing, kind of like the chicken craze is right now.
Yeah.
It was called the worm wiener rig. There was drawings of it all over the internet, and that, you take your hot dog, and then there was guys that put the Lake Erie rigs through it with the spinner on the front,
and you had the
long shanked hooks out the back.
Yes.
Yeah. There was some guys that were taking magic markers and actually painting the worm ring. I mean, it was a craze, but it worked. And I didn't even think about the chicken when everybody started doing it. I'm like, what did I used to use? I used to use when I was a kid. I was 16. I had a Chevette with fishing rods stuffed in the back hatchback all the time, and I'd have like cut bait chubs, and it would stink in there and everything. It was actually a fairly nice car, but I kind of ruined it. But anyway, I would take pork steaks, because they're kind of greasy and all that.
Greasy
and I would
oil,
that.
yeah,
greasy pork steaks, and sometimes ham, and sometimes I did try lunch meat ice fishing the first time I ever went ice fishing. That didn't work out so good. There was no whack worms. There was no bait shops. There was nothing. We used a chainsaw. We used a farm chainsaw to cut
cut the whole, yes.
Yeah, and we had regular rods that were the old fiberglass pistol grip rods, just all stupid stuff.
Yep. And you would use the chainsaw, and then you tried to scoop the oil from the chain bar off the water so it didn't get on the line and stuff. And
And a lot of bank anglers are very exasperated with boat anglers, and I could see being exasperating with some of them because they just don't really care or look like they care. Boaters, for the most part, have never fished. Guys that are out fishing in a boat, it is very difficult to see, believe that or not, when you're driving a boat, it's very difficult to see that up there somewhere around the corner by the trees, there's some anglers right there. Many times I've come around the corner and went, oh no, I just threw a wake right on these guys, and it's too late. And, it's never been intentional. Maybe some guys are intentional, I don't know. But the boat anglers are probably not as bad as what bank anglers think they are.
You know what I think it is, that Epic? I think the big thing with that is not so much the boat anglers, because they're trying to catch fish too, so they're kind of a little aware of us bank anglers. But it's the pleasure boaters that just don't have a freaking clue.
Exactly. And guess what? The boat fishermen, they don't like them either.
They hate them just as much as we do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll tell you a story. There's a bridge that on the Mississippi River. There's the main channel on the right side. There's the non-main channel on the left side. I tie up to this bridge. It's a big wooden old 1900s creosote filled frickin' bridge, right? SS minnows that they just can't help it. They've got to go through the other side because they're going to save about 2 seconds. And they will send a wave and crash me up against that so bad that it'll almost flip. Luckily, I have a big boat, because if you got a little boat, you just don't do the things I do. And they see me. They said they wave at you as they're crashing you on this bridge pillar. I'm like, really?
Well, that's another thing that I've seen with a lot of people think that just because you buy a boat that you have the right to go do, even though you've gone through the boat class, you should, first and foremost, there should be as much of a getting a boat license as there is to getting a driver's license for a car, because it's, I'd say, more dangerous even on the water than it is driving on the road. There's so many other things. So I think boat anglers should have that same type of license requirement as a.
They should. Now, in my younger days, I have educated many a boat driver. Yes, I have.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I've been there myself.
Now, I don't. There's something weird about getting older too. When you're a young guy in a boat, the older guys in their pleasure boats, they don't give you as much respect. Once you're the older guy in the boat, they seem to kind of do a little bit better. I don't know how that works, but it does.
Okay. Well, I don't know if Epic's still there or not, but we still got 24 people out in the stream. I can't thank you all enough for being out here. I hope that was let me see, I'll get him back in here right now. There he is.
Yeah, that's nothing new. I'm always fumbling or just hitting the wrong button or hanging up on people.
That's all right. Bam, there, I fixed it.
Yeah.
I do it. I still do it myself, and I've done a lot of lives now, believe it or not. And you hit one button, but you know, it's just like anything else. Nothing can't be undone. So we went ahead and got that, and there you are back. This is crazy. It's amazing. 2
so what
hours.
do we got that's next?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What do we got that's next? Anything Zen? Anything like far out there, or just what's the best bait?
Oh, that was one question I was going to ask you with the whole new chicken thing we were talking about. You were talking about the wiener rig and whatnot.
Yeah.
What is it that you think? Is it to the catfish that it's something new with the different? Because you know we got the lemon flavor and Kool-Aid and this and that.
It's basic. It's absolute basic. It's amino acids. It's proteins. You know, if you set raw chicken on the counter, it gets slimy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. It's a natural breakdown. It's an acceptable food source, even though they don't come in contact with chicken much. But I will tell you a story about fishing with birds. I probably wouldn't do it today, but when I was young, I fished along it's a fairly shallow river, 6 to 20 foot deep, fairly fast moving. You guys might see it. I might do a video on it doing that. But there's a sandstone bluff with lots of holes in it. And these, they're not sparrows. They're like purple martins or swallows, barn swallows.
Swallows, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm fishing right next to this wall, and I see this thing plop out of the thing, and it falls on top, and it floats maybe 20 yards away, and something came up and grabbed it. I'm like, there's only one thing that can grab that in this river. That's it. There's not really any bass population or whatever. So I'm like, huh. So I just kind of wheel the boat over. I pick one of those things out there, hook them up, put them out. Bam, and it slams down with about a 15-pound channel cat. They were keying on those little birds that were popping out of those nests, and that's why they were along that whole wall.
I saw an article on that some years back from an in-fisherman calling it splat fishing.
Okay.
And it was birds that were nesting birds that were nesting over top of the riverbanks, and splat,
Yeah.
and they would be keyed up there in the current, splat, bam, splat, bam. So they called it in fishermen, they were calling it splat fishing. Same exact thing you were just talking about.
Now, I would say that out of the 3 species, the channel cat is the most likely to do that. I don't see blues coming up to the surface and taking advantage of this unless it happens for a long period of time and it is an available food source and there's so much competition that they got to get to them first. Blues don't love that stuff. They like that deeper water. Channel cats, however, they'll run into as little, they'll run into 6. Their backs are barely underwater, and I'll hook fish in that, and they'll explode out of the water especially during pre-spawn. Post-spawn, they tend to go deeper. But I mean, it's a food source. It's natural. It's whatever. You can catch catfish on your bologna sandwich if they're active enough and you put it in the right place. If they're not active enough, they can be picky. Channel cats can be picky too when they have an abundant food source, especially gizzard shad. They're like, no, I don't really want that. I want gizzard shad. And you're like, oh, and I want fresh gizzard shad.
Fresh gizzard shad, yeah.
Because if it's stiff, I don't want it anymore because I can afford to be picky, is what they do. And I know they're not thinking that. It's just a natural thing. Another thing, channel cats, even big ones, will take a gizzard shad and pop it real quick, suck the guts out basically in one move, spit the rest. And there are other fish that'll do basically the same thing. A flathead will go on a binge feed, digest the easy parts, and upchuck the rest and go back to eating.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and no one knows that because nobody's had them in tanks like I have. Nobody's talked to the biologists as much as I have. Remember I told you I used to have all their phone numbers. I'd bother them like we're doing right now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, because that totally makes a lot of sense, because you think about, especially you said about bigger fish with the energy levels. Why would they expend so much energy trying to digest all those other tougher parts when they can and just get however many more pounds of it right there?
Yeah,
it's a lot of eye-opening things that were said tonight. That's awesome.
It was, of which sometimes it's hard to put together in the puzzle of how it helps. Sometimes it falls under the category of awesome, worthless information that you can never use.
Well, my wife has always said to me, along that whole thing, that I should, I'm the king of the useless information. I should go on Jeopardy one of these times. So
I get the same thing. Same thing. Yeah.
I see we got a question here from Uncle Josh, 1 Ton Fishing Club. I want to know what it would take to go fishing with Tim. Do you guide in Virginia anymore?
Okay, so Stan, I never guided. I did not guide in Virginia. I had a friend that was a guide, and he was awesome. His name was Chris Harris, and he was pretty much in the forefront of that first initial wave of blue cats. Once they got, that initial stocking got to like 30 pounds. He was always within the state record. He fished with Jimmy Weir. He was actually supposed to do this in Fisherman's show that Jimmy Weir did, but he was also a wrestling coach. And so since he was wrestling coach, he had prior obligations that came down.
Sure.
But anyway, I did learn a lot about the James because I did fish it quite a bit. I could probably I would probably never say, hey, I'm a paid guide. But I mean, if people wanted me to take them to see what I know on the James, yeah, I mean, that's definitely a possibility.
Well, and then again, if we break it down to the formula you put out before,
there you go.
You find the current, you find the depth. It's just bang. It's like and a lot of the things that you had said in a couple of lives there when we did get a chance to go out in the boats. Like I said, we're mostly bank. My son and I, Stan 3 and I, we mostly bank fish. We've got a John boat that we've got a old 87 Bayliner that my son's trying to rebuild the engine on, and if that works out, it works out. If not, we'll work on something from there. And we got a little John boat, but it's tough for me to be in the John boat too long with my medical, physical conditions and whatnot. So but I'm more comfortable on the bank and et cetera. But being out in Skins and Scales boat, we found those the ship wrecks, the barge wrecks that you were talking about, and
nice.
We didn't have any luck that day, but it's always.
Did you find the deep water ones or just the shallow water ones?
we found the deep water ones going up towards Steel Bridge.
Okay. Did you
But
did you find any of them that are just adjacent to the main channel?
yes, but
Okay.
we just
Did you mark fish on them?
no.
Okay. So then that is what I would have said. You want to mark fish on those. Okay, so you've got the top. Okay, you got the current coming this way, and then the edge drops like this. Okay, and then you got the bottom that comes out from that bottom. Usually we would mark them in that slower flow in the winter time here. And also you have to watch, because usually when those ships sit there, they create that deal where the sand and all the silt builds up around them. If I could draw it for you. So you got the ship sitting here, and then you've got a ridge that runs this way and a ridge that runs that way. You can usually take like a 6-ounce sinker, throw it almost cross current, not with the current, cross current.
I understand what you're saying exactly.
Then it bumps along the bottom and finds the drop, or it finds the little hump, or it finds the little rise. And one of the hardest, and I may do a video based on this, a ledge is a very hard thing to target without those principles, because a lot of guys are like, okay, we're gonna go right in line with the ledge. Well, when you do, you throw your baits out and it tumbles down the ledge, and you're basically targeting the bottom of it. But when you go to the side of it, like if you have just a hard, this is really weird, it's backwards, but
it's backwards.
If you have a hard ledge that's going like this way, the only way to peg something here is to get a shallow side and throw into the deep and have it swing over. And that way you can literally target it perfectly. If you try to get in line with it, you can't. So it's that fine line between, throwing over the ledge. I kind of found that accidentally, actually. I found it accidentally on low water situations where I was targeting my stuff, and really I just had an extra rod. So I started just slinging it out to the side. So, this was 30 years ago, slinging that thing out to the side, and it would bump along, and get caught. And at the time I thought, well, it's finding wood or it's finding this, but I didn't really realize at the time until that rod on many occasions was the hot rod of the trip. And I'm like, why is that the hot rod of the trip? Okay, so then I started looking at that with my fish finder, which looked fairly featureless because it wasn't these huge drops. There were these little bitty ones, just little bitty ones. And those little bitty ones that run, God, that's weird, run this way. The drop is on this side, and they're just running that ledge because the bottom's right there. So you're actually throwing it over here, and it's bumping along and going pink right to it. So it's like magic. It's like using the force, I guess, but you're using the current.
But again, if you go to the hole, back to the formula, that little bit of bump, that little bit of current on that ledge, current break on that ledge right there was the right depth, the right current. It just
here's another thing that bank anglers have an advantage over boat anglers. I do know of one. One, they don't move around as much, but what bank anglers could really do is move. And if you watch Catfish Brothers, the one I'm talking about, when I took the 2 kids above the dam and I showed all how to do that and get on the ledge and throw off.
Yes.
One thing that's paid off for me in the last 6, 7, 8, 10 years since I started doing it, I'll deploy rods. If I'm not getting bit in like 10 or 15 minutes, even in deep water spots, when fishing for blues, I crank those reels a little bit. I get that scent moving a little bit more. I get that flash. It starts and maybe it'll pop off where it was and find another spot. And I'm telling you, it pays off. It pays off whether I'm on the shore. It pays off whether I'm on, in the boat. And I don't see anybody doing it. But you will see a snippet of Connor, my youngest son, the tall, lanky one, reeling those rods. And we do it all the time. I just haven't exposed it yet.
That is funny. That just came.
You guys getting the Easter eggs that I'm planning on focusing on, this coming season.
That is awesome. It's funny. Yeah, Muskrat Adventures right there. That exact thing what you just said came up on his show tonight, where he was talking about what did he call him? He didn't. Roger, what did you call it? Where he would just reel it in a little bit, the same exact thing you said, just move that bait a couple of feet, maybe just into and move. I've been doing this a while, and I'm still weird with the because it's all backwards. But
It works for all three of them. Channel cats, blues, and believe it or not, flatheads. You guys are going to see me do it with flatheads, especially when flatheads are keying on cut bait.
that is awesome.
Because you may hop it just close enough. Here. Let's go down the science road again. Okay, so you've got a fish,
No,
right? Here's your fish. He's this long. He's facing into the current. Current's coming this way. He has what's called a detection zone. So it's like a bubble around him.
Mhm.
So he feels vibration and smells chemical signals coming downstream and from the side and actually from the back. They can taste with their tail. Anybody that's watched In Fisherman knows this. But their detection zone is way bigger than their strike zone. And their strike zone depends on their activity level. Their detection zone, they still know it's there. Like flatheads could be not going to bite at all, and it's 6 feet in front of them, and they're not going to go get it. Hop that thing 3 feet, they still might not going to get it if their strike zone's short. But if you get that thing within a few feet of them or whatever, a lot of times they cannot refuse it. Because I'll tell you how I know this, because I start out every single piece of wood, every single piece of cover, every single whatever short, because those fish could actually not be in the wood. They could be laying out in front of the wood, because they'll do that at times. And you can't catch them if you're casting behind them.
And that happens a lot more in the winter time, right? Where they're out in front of it.
No. Flatheads will do that. Flatheads will do that in the spring and the summer, the fall, because their home is right there. But if they get super active, they'll actually position at the front of that drop, because you got wood that's lodged into the bottom, right? Current pushes into it and creates a little scour lip usually.
Okay, yeah.
Goes like this. And it could extend as far as 6-7 feet in front of that massive piece of wood or log jam or whatever. So they'll actually come out of the trees when they're active, and here's where the drop is. Flatheads will lay like this. Okay. So it's flat here. Flatheads will lay on the drop because little bait fish come up and bang. Flatheads are like really one of my favorite fish, because they're the first that we deal with, the first example of stealth technology.
Okay.
Think about that. They're low. They're flat. Their slime coat is about double the slime coat of the other two. They're camouflaged.
I was going to say that, yeah.
And they're low profile. Their swim bladder is round when you take it out, but when it's in there, it's more like this. Because bait fish coming along, giving signals, send vibrations that bounce off of hard objects. But when it comes in contact with a flathead, it just sort of melds in, and it's such a small little thing, because that's really the only thing on a catfish that bounces signals back is their swim bladder. So they don't even know that predator's there when it's talking about a flathead. Now, a blue, they know more, because he's high-sided. He's flat like this. That's why they're not really, they'll eat live bait. They're not like totally focused on live bait, or 99% or 90% focused on that. But those flatheads with their low profile like this, they're so perfectly designed. I actually came upon this talking to a World War II era submarine scientist that helped develop all the sonar stuff. And we talked on a plane flight to Indonesia, which was like 14 hours just over to Japan. And it was one of the most interesting conversations I've ever had, because he's talking about salinity, he's talking about water depth, he's talking about how many atmospheres is there, how fast that sound travels. It's very cool. And even then, I mean, he wasn't World War II era. He worked on some things in that was from the World War II era, but he was probably 65, 70 years old, dude. One of the most interesting, smart guys I've ever talked to. And I could ask him things about fish, and he could just extrapolate it and say, oh yeah, that's exactly right. Very cool stuff.
That was awesome. We've got because when they're buried in the mud, they become more opportunistic feeders like that.
Okay, whiskers and stripes. This is the one myth that I want to tackle right now. They are never buried in the mud. They will get silt on them. And that's probably what you mean by that. But there are a lot of people that don't know that they don't physically bury themselves in the mud. And I do know this because I ran underwater cameras for quite a while too. But anyway, when he's talking about buried in the mud, that means that they're sedentary, very sedentary. They haven't moved in a while. They get silt on them, you know, and they you know, blues do it too. They'll rest up against the ledge, and you know that it's clay a lot of times, and it'll get right all over their stuff. But more opportunistic feeders like that. I would say that flatheads are opportunistic probably 50 to 60% of the time. Well, that where if there's enough competition, and this is where the equation gets really involved. It's really long. It's like one of those big equations. So flatheads, if you go to a small natural river with a low population of flatheads, but they're there, most of the time they will not eat cut bait. It is when you're on bigger bodies of water that the flatheads start to group up and they feel that competition. And this is a hard thing to say without a lot of backstory to it, because there's like 3 hours of conversation I should have before even this. Because because people are like, how does that guy know? Well, I know because I've got a lot of extenuating circumstances. I've got a lot of actual evidence and anecdotal evidence and fishing evidence to know this. So your flatheads will start eating cut bait pretty aggressively at certain times. I mean, there's times in the Mississippi when if you're not throwing a piece of moon eye, you're not going to catch a flathead. And it's weird. It happens in cycles. It happens in little 2-week periods. It'll sometimes last a month, especially when the water's low and clear. That's really the only thing I can tell anybody that I've noticed that is a catalyst for that, or a likeliness. Sometimes I think they're going to be eating live bluegills and they'll touch them, but they won't eat them. And then you throw a piece of freaking, fresh moon eye or even fresh shad or shad head, and they'll eat that. No rhyme or reason. Then tomorrow you can't buy anything on cut bait, and it's all live bait. I mean, and I'm not talking about your occasional flathead days. My average catch in June on the Mississippi River is 10 flatheads a day. My highest amount is 25 flatheads a day. And sometimes I'll catch 50 some flatheads in a weekend. So this is lots of information. Not, I caught a flathead here, or caught a flathead here, like you do on the Illinois system. The Illinois system is terrible. There's guys that fish for flatheads for 40 hours and don't catch 2. But the Mississippi has a higher population per, its structure. The structure of the river permits a higher population, supports a higher population, so I can actually target them. And I go to river stretches that were like the old falls, like the regular Mississippi River before it was dammed. It was actually really the main channel was about 6 foot deep, and it had a lot of riffles and holes and runs and things like that, a lot of stuff. But they dammed it and covered all that up. But I go, there's lake pools and then there's river pools, and I prefer the river pools because not only also you don't have the big giant boats on you that you do. Like I'll fish a stretch that is from a dam probably 15 miles down. It's for the Mississippi. It's fairly narrow, it's fairly swift, and it's fairly treacherous. You don't get the pleasure boaters until you're way down to the end of the pool, and it's more like a lake. But flatheads are one of those creatures, if you want to talk about their nature, that is a long involved conversation. But I think I can tackle it in pieces. As long as I can talk about, the base root equation, and then say, okay, I'm going to come off of it like that. Like the wing dike thing that I just did.
Yeah.
Huge equation. That is the simplest and most, it's the most typical, but a lot of people are scared to even go into that situation because it looks very freaky. I mean, Mid-South was doing a thing on a wing dike today, and he wasn't doing what I do. He was like back away. He was like, okay, so you got the upkeeper that you see in that video, you know, where all that water's pounding back around. He's like farther down from that and more towards the shore in the gentler water, even though he's got good current there, no doubt. But I don't have as much huge fish success in those situations in my upper stretch as I do fairly close to that wing dike or wing dam, however you want to say it.
Stan 3 was talking to you in a couple of the chats about that, and that's one of our best spots up here is a wing dam. Because of that same exact situation that's in your video. So if you're fishing in rivers that have those wing dams, y'all check out Epic video on that. You will consistently catch. We catch our blues out of there. You will consistently catch some blues. Watch that video. Really good information about why you fish that in that video.
Stat on yours, Stan?
Yeah, it just started a little bit ago.
Might be me. I don't know. Yeah, but that wing dike is it's Cliff Notes. It's like kindergarten as far as it looks really tough. My video is the kindergarten version. It is the basic roots, and then everything else has to go off of that. So that's like the simplest I could describe it, because as soon as you start throwing events into it, then it changes. The location of the fish changes, the patterns change, and the way you fish for them change.
We got a lot of comments out there. We can glad you took the time to talk to us. Thank you very much, Epic. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't.
And yes,
everybody,
work is going to come early because in Michigan it is almost it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
I won't keep you any further, Epic. I can't tell you how much I really appreciated this. It's been awesome. Wow, we've been talking for probably about an hour and a half here now already.
Yeah, it
seems like 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I want to say something before I go. I mean, I'm super thrilled with today's catfish mentality. You know, it was a lot more rudimentary 30 years ago. You know, it was more, you know, how do you catch these catfish so I can eat them? And, you know, it really, and I'm not saying I'm not saying anything about an anachronism from, you know, years ago. All I'm saying is I'm really happy that people are actually interested in the information, and they're watching YouTube stuff, and they're putting out their stuff, and they're going to lives and all that stuff. I'm thrilled about that. I really am. And
the one thing that I want to put out there that you see in a lot of people talking about it is fish conservation, how to properly handle fish. I can tell you myself, with just in this year alone already in 2021, we've caught multiple fish that have been caught before. Yeah. You can see where it was hooked before, and so there's people are doing such a better job of handling their fish better, releasing them better, just having more concern for that fish. That I think it's making a huge impact. Like you said before, what can I do? What can my one person do? If everybody just worries about that one, whatever you're going to do yourself, if you can do that, just how much better it makes the fisheries for everybody. It's just amazing. Well, and I know catch and release works, Stan, because the Scary River that I did that one video on, I used to be the only person that could fish it. And I would catch fish that I had caught. You know, the next day or 2 days after or whatever, you know, they got the line marks, they got the, you know, the hook mark, whatever. Some of them you recognize because, you know, oh, he's got a big head and he's missing an eye, you know, for a long time, you know, whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was, it's really pretty cool stuff. Awesome stuff. I can't wait to do some videos this year because I got so many more ideas about what I want to do and what I want to show. And, you know, I'm going to do some stuff nobody's doing. And I kind of hope other people
do it because I think they're going to turn out really good. With camera work and with I got my kids looking into an animation program, which I don't know anything about animation, but I didn't know anything about a computer when I first got one too. So, I've been doing those the old style drawings and all that stuff, fine. But I want to do some real 3D animation, and I'll tell you, if I could, the same program that they use to do like Jurassic Park and stuff.
Yeah,
that's what I really want to do. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to it very soon, but eventually I want to be able to 3D model all 3 catfish species, 3D model the whole thing and the current, see through the water, and actually make these fish do what I know they're doing. That would be really cool. Now, I don't know if that's over my head or over my budget, but I'm just now exploring that.
I hope you can do that, because there's a lot of people that, a lot of us are visual learners, and we have to actually see it. Like, we can talk about it. You and I can sit here and talk, and you get a basic idea, but to actually see it, to see that fish and how it reacts to the formulas that you're talking about, that would help people get a lot better understanding of exactly what you're saying. Awesome. Well, again, I won't keep you much longer, Epic. Thank you so much for coming in.
Yep.
I do this on a semi whatever. So you ever see me popping in live, you're always going to have an audience here that wants to listen to you. Feel free to jump in anytime at all. Again, thank you so much.
Hey, I'm just another guy. Thank you for wanting to actually listen to what my fish nerd has to say.
Oh, appreciate you. Have a great night.
Yep. See you.
Wow, that was awesome. Well, I hope everybody enjoyed that. I know I did. A camera on bait and watch catfish eat it. That would be awesome. Roger, I hope you enjoyed the live that we had tonight. Still got 19 people watching at almost 3 hours in. I know it was just a last minute thing, and awesome. Yeah, if a lot of what was said, and if you think about some of the best cat fishermen, or fishing in general, is we tend to personalize, or we tend to think fish has the brain of a human, which they don't. And even that couple months ago when Ted, I messed up the name. I think Roger had to tell me the name last time, but on Catfish Weekly, when we had Ted Ellenbacher in there talking about the structure, and it really breaks down to just the simple basic things. And we tend to, as fishermen, as people, we tend to overthink it. Most of the ones that are so successful really have just got it broken down to basic. Just like he said, the formula: you find the right depth, you find the right current, you find the right depth. It's just basic, simple. The catfish isn't coming up with all the thoughts like we do. Well, this buffet is $2 more than that one, so I'm going to go to that buffet. Keep it simple, stupid. Yeah. And how many times do we not? We are just not simple beings. We tend to overanalyze everything, and that comfort zone, the comfort zone thing, really opened my eyes up to a lot tonight, because you talk about moon phases and barometer and water temperature and et cetera, et cetera. Well, duh, yeah, it all goes to about how comfortable the fish is, and when is it going to eat better? Well, when it's most comfortable. So that's just unbelievable. All right, Roger, great live you had tonight. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate you spending the time here with us. Yeah. I know I said it was going to be just a short live. Yeah, I know I am, because I know I am LG Bass, because I try to listen and talk and read chat, and I have a hard enough time talking. have a hard enough time walking and chewing gum. So definitely a lot of good information there. Gonna just I don't know if anybody wants to try to follow that act or not, but I'll pop the link up. Yeah, that was just I hope everybody enjoyed it like I did. I can sit and talk that kind of stuff all night long, and just like Roger said, he was talking about in his show on Muskrat Adventures show tonight, 8 p.m. on Tuesday nights. It's like hanging out with your friends. You don't want to miss that every Tuesday night at 8. But it's he was talking about doing that nudging where he reels it in, and then Epic saying the same thing, and then some of the things that I've talked about in my lives where I'm out fishing, and to hear somebody that has scientific research behind it to kind of back up what you're saying, it makes you feel good that you're actually passing out the right information. So that's it's just awesome. The community is just awesome. Everybody wanting to learn new things, and just unbelievable. Right back at you, Roger. Thank you so much. Regulators, thank you very much for sending me the message to go live. Turned out to be better than I could have thought we were going to have, so that was amazing. Still got 22 people watching. Like I said, I just put the link in there. If anybody else wants to come up on in, come up on panel, as they say. Awesome, Lynn. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I know I thoroughly did. The wheels turning, definitely. That's what happens to me. I'll probably be up most of the night just thinking about, now what spot, depending on this time of year. And I try to do that a lot with, especially with bank fishing, because you've only got you might move once or twice, maybe pick up all your stuff, put it back in the car, move to a different spot. So when we go out and try to pick our spot where we're going to go bank fishing at, that's what I always try to take into account. And it's funny how you don't think about, that's the exact things that I think about when I'm trying to pick a spot, or when Stan 3 and I are trying to pick where we're going to go fishing. Okay, this is what the current conditions are. I need to find this depth, this current. We do actually think about those things, but never really realized that was what we were trying to do. It's just funny how it turns into that. And awesome, Mark. Wow. Thank you for sending them out so quickly. Love my catfish and crappie hat. Appreciate you getting them out so quickly. Stan 3. Awesome. Of course. It's awesome. You were taking notes, weren't you? Yeah, I wish I would have. I got locked in here, but I'm going to rewatch the video, and I'll end up putting it in my notebook. Hey, Dan, it doesn't always have to be about that. Fishing is about, we would love hearing about the bank setup that you're working on. The science behind it and the things like that. That's all part of it. But, your friends and having fun and different things, that's all part of the fishing experience. That's why we love it so much. Trying to go back and see what comments I missed. Yeah, and that's the good thing, Epic. I think that a lot of us, the actual fishermen, we don't want somebody to say, okay, here's your fish. We want to try to figure out, okay, I want to fish here. I want to fish this. This is why I'm fishing there. Somebody handing you the hooked fish already on the rod. Okay, great. But a lot of us, it's that whole thing of trying to figure out, trying to break that code of where they're at, why they're there, when they're there, and being able to go find those spots at different times. That's what I think a lot of us really look for in fishing. All right, Epic Tim, thank you so much. Have a great night. Again, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, totally awesome. That was great. And I do have LG Bass there. Got me a 1-ton hat that I thought I brought it in here with me. It is awesome. Lil Smith commandeered it for the weekend. So exactly, Mark. Exactly. That's what I was, when you break it down to such simple equations, it's like, oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Either why things did or didn't work. All right, so we got 20 people still out in chat watching. So hope everybody is subscribed to Catfish and Crappie for this Saturday to watch the big 2-versus-2 tournament of the Chad and Roger Muskrat Adventures going against J Dog and Norm from Catfish Headhunters. Not sure about how many fish are going to be caught. I'm sure there'll be a bunch, but it'll be a lot of fun either way. So that is definitely going to be a must see this Saturday. I think it's starting at 9 a.m. Central, or 9 a.m. Central, 9 a.m. Eastern time. It'll definitely be fun. Yeah, like I said, fish or no fish, that is going to be one to watch. Sorry about that. Just trying to post this again real quick. Eight a.m. Central, aka Flathead time. Oh my goodness. All right, so I put the link up there again if anybody else wants to come up in and join on the panel. Hello, D. Smithy. I guess you're awake now. For those that don't know, D. Smithy, that is my wife. Oh, Josh. that'll be a while before that happens. I was shocked enough that she joined me on the couples tournament last year. Okay, Sharp, that's a good idea. But that's basically what we'll do when we do our live, Sharp. It'll just be like that. So I don't know, is anybody taking bets out there on who's winning this tournament this weekend? JV's coming up. Good. All right, that's awesome. All right, Sharp, definitely. All right, we got someone out in the green room now. Let's bring them in.
What's up, Stan?
There we go, JV. How you doing, my brother? How are you?
Pretty good. I'm actually at work bored to tears, so I've been.
Well, then I'm glad we could be here for you. That seems to be the late night. That's the late night audience.
I must have missed an Epic story because I jumped in right after Epic jumped out, and everybody was going nuts.
Oh, well, we were talking about we probably were talking about the past probably hour and 45 minutes or so with just about well, you know what Epic's all about, catching epic catfish. So he was dropping on. We had quite a good conversation going about different you know, parts of he was dropping some good information, you know, just about keeping it simple. It's got a simple formula with you know, how catfish we tend to personalize catfish and think they have a brain like we do, and fish don't. They're instinctual creatures, so they're looking for comfortability. They're looking for that comfort zone. So you find the right current, the right depth, bam, you know, it's a pretty simple you know, of course there's variables, but it's amazing when you think about it that you know, we tend to as humans tend to overthink things and, you know, put a lot of our own mind into it when they don't think like that. So
well, we do that and everything. I fish for everything, so I definitely will there, Lisa. I'll check it out.
yeah, I myself, I'm gonna have to go because I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. So it's hard. I either miss part of chat or miss what part of this person's saying. So
When it comes to catfishing, I'm actually real simple, and I don't actually have that many catfishing videos, but I do have some. One of them is where a catfish steals my fishing pole. But
that, you know, that's like that. It's funny how, you know, as fishermen, we love seeing that. Not that we enjoy seeing that happen, but, you know, everybody likes to see that in a video. It's sort of like the mail that with, you know, like the Three Stooges kind of thing, where we always laugh at the, you know, the shot to the nard. Oh,
exactly.
It's funny. It's just one of those things.
Hey, D. Smithy. Well, I'm going to be hooking up with Mike Turner here as soon as it defrosts. He lives not too far away from me, and we're going to go catfishing together. He's going to learn me a thing or two.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Mike Turner. It's funny how you got the different parts of the country in the group here, and it's like everybody's got their own little boom. It's like you got, you know, your Ohio group, your Kentucky group. We're out here in Virginia and DC, and you got your Illinois, Indiana group out there, and it's just funny how the different sections of the country all have their own little groups that get together. And
was back with, oh geez, Lisa, most of those guys weren't there for that live stream.
Well, it is after midnight, so okay.
I'm at work. I'm all PG tonight. There's no beer or anything like that.
Yeah, usually the lives involve the Mountain Dew tonight, straight Mountain Dew.
I'm even weaker than that. I got the Mountain Dew Zero, so I don't even got no sugar.
Wow. So where is work?
I actually travel for work. Tonight I'm in Canby, Minnesota.
Minnesota, eh?
Yeah, I actually live in South Dakota, but as I travel I go to different hospitals every night, and I do sleep studies on people. So my patient's sleeping. That's why, and they're very boring. So.
Wow, that's I don't sleep much at all, so you wouldn't have much to study with me. So.
I actually like patients like you. Yeah, because exactly. I always tell people, if you ain't sleeping, I ain't doing nothing. So it's an easy night for me.
It's funny, this whole live, I know you do a lot of the impromptu lives just out of nowhere, right? And I had no intention of going live tonight, and I'm sitting there, and Roger's Muskrat Adventure Show was going off, and DMV's got work tomorrow morning, so his live went off, and Junkie ended up going off, and there was no other lives. So Catfish Regulators, Aaron was like, I actually thought he was going to do a live, but he's working too, because the late night audience, everybody's working. And
Yep.
so he sent a thing and said, he said something about doing live. Are you up for live unless you're tired? And I'm like, well, I never sleep anyhow, so sure, give me a minute and send me the link. He's like, well, I can't send you the link. I'm at work. I wanted you to go live.
Catfish and crappie, dang right. I think if you go watch it's actually called My Worst Day Fishing Ever. At the very end of that video, I catch a perch that's like this big.
I love perch is if I'm going to eat fish, perch is my favorite fish to eat. Big yellow perch like that.
Oh, yeah.
They are just amazing. Perch and chain pickerel. Love them both.
I do a lot of catfishing. I just don't record it very often because I'm usually going after channel cats. And I know you guys are always after those big blue. I could go down to the Missouri and catch all those big catfish. But I have private land, and I have a river that runs right on my land. It's called the Vermilion River. And it's full of channel cats. And I go there just to pick up food. I mean, I ain't.
Yeah,
I'm just going.
Catfish is a good eating fish.
Exactly. And I love channels. Channels are my favorite catfish to eat. And,
they're a lot of fun to catch, too. The problem, I think, with where channel cats get a bad rep as far as like the catching fish is you don't go after channel cats with a heavy rod, 50-pound test. You match it to you go with a medium rod, 15-pound test, and you're going to have a lot of fun catching some nice channel cats.
Yep. Yeah, if I catch, a couple 5-pound channels, I'm in a good mood because I know I'm eating good that night.
Yeah, those are my favorite fish. 3 to 5 pounds. That's what I like to keep. You do the fillet down the side. That's just a beautiful. You hard to find better fish than that. That is just like I said, in that 3 to 5 pound range, they're perfect fillets, especially if you're fishing in a cleaner water.
Yep.
There's in the James River here, it's a big industrial, a lot of industry along the river, so there's a lot of mercury and et cetera, pH PB, whatever the other, all the chemical crap that gets into the water and gets into the fish. And, they don't want you, they say eat catfish at a maximum once a month and nothing over 30 inches, etc. But if you're catching them out of a cleaner mountain water and those smaller rivers, the channel cats are an amazing fish to eat.
Lynn Yankton. If you want to catch the big ones, I live 40 miles away from Yankton, South Dakota, and they got the big dam there, and that's where all the catfishermen hang out there. You go on, they got the catfish down there that divers won't go down there and swim with them because they're too big.
Yeah, now there's where you use your heavy poles.
Yeah. But I've gotten big fish out of there. It was way before I was ever doing YouTube. But there is pictures out there somewhere. I mean, I have no idea how big this fish was, but let's just say I almost went in the water a couple of times trying to bring this thing in. And I watched another guy, holy buckets. It took like 3 or 4 guys to grab that thing by the mouth and pull it out of the water.
Wow.
What do we see we got there?
Yeah, for a lot of us that go after the bigger fish, that's what it's always about, catching that next PB and the next PB. And
I do that with bass and everything. Actually, pike are my favorite fish to catch. Because up here, our pike, they get gigantic.
Yeah.
And there is no better fighting fish on the planet. Pike aren't nothing but one big muscle.
Well, before I came to Virginia, I used to live in upstate New York, so yeah, I know all about that pike situation. Yeah, I took one of my son's friends fishing out we lived like 30 yards from the lake. We went out the front door and our dock was right there, and it was a small lake in upstate New York in the Catskill Mountains. And we were out there fishing for bass, pickerel, whatever we get to bite, and he had about I'd say it's about an 18, 20 inch pickerel that was on, and he's reeling that in. It gets about 15, 20 feet from the boat, and out of nowhere, you just saw this V come side-tracking right at it. Wham! And this thing had to be about 4 foot long. It dang near swallowed right from the side. For those that don't fish pickerel, pike, musk, whatever, a lot of times they'll hit it right from the side. And bang, he just latched onto that 18, 20 inch pickerel, and he had most of that thing in his mouth, and we got it to the boat, and it finally ripped off from the other fish. But yeah, he almost caught that on an 18 inch pickerel. They are just vicious. Just to see the strikes, like you were talking about with pike, just to see the strike, it's amazing.
Lynn, anytime you want to come, because don't you live, aren't you, let's see, you're not Council Bluffs, but you're close. Are you in Omaha? I think you are.
He's out your way.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for sharing my stuff. Yeah, I love pike. I actually used to make pike and muskie lures, like my own brand. I'm actually sending a few out to Mike. I think I've sent them to a few people. I don't know if there are any on here. No, I sent Josh my old frog baits.
Well, that's awesome. Make a lot of did you make spinners, or what type of
No, they were full size, because these were the reason they were pike and muskie. They were 8 inches long.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like the snake ones, but I put rubber absorbent fins and tails on them, so you could also put blood scent on them.
Yeah,
and it would stick. And yeah,
that's awesome.
Yep.
I've gotten into that a little bit. Nothing to that where I sold it or whatever, but to me that was awesome. Where there's nothing better than you take a piece of wood or whatever and you make your own lure out of it, and you go out there and catch a fish, especially a big one, on something that you put together that was just a piece of wood or whatever, and to go out there and actually land a monster on it, it's I had a little bass lure that I made. It was just a dive-in J-plug that I carved up and put the hooks on it, painted it up in a perch pattern, and that thing would outfish for palas. It would outfish. I would catch more bass on that. It just had that right. It had that right wobble, and it hit the right depth, and ended up losing it, but it caught a ton of fish.
It's you always lose your favorite lures. That's just the way it goes.
I was tempted to go out in that 30-some degree water and go get it too.
Hey Ace, good night, Dan. My buddy, actually, we ice fish up here obviously a lot. And the craziest thing, he lost it. He dropped his phone in the ice fishing hole, but we have one of those ice fishing cameras. And so we put the camera down there and we found his phone. It was like 30 feet deep. So we went and got a magnet and hooked it to we got his phone back out of the ice hole, and it worked.
Crazy. It worked.
It worked. That was the craziest part.
Yeah, now he's got a story every time he uses that phone.
Exactly.
That's that's something that like, especially here, a lot of the water doesn't have the clarity. Like, even if you were to have a camera, get it down 30 feet, you're still not going to see anything. Whoever invented spell correction.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was giggling.
Yeah, and a lot of those lures, I just seen what Uncle Josh said there. Your big bass, musky pike, they'll all bite on the same. They're all eating the same type of
oh yeah.
forage. So it'll work for multiple of those big predator species.
I love top watering. That's the reason I made frog baits. And my frog baits are how to use a frog. Yeah, I know you said you're going to Okoboji, Lynn. I said if I wasn't doing that 2-day survival thing this weekend, I'd come up and go fishing with you. But for tossing a frog, I like to walk the frog a lot. And to walk a frog, you actually have to get the pole so it's about 2 inches above the water. And what you're going to do is you're going to flip your pole down a couple times and reel very slowly at the same time. And what it does is it jerks. I wish I wasn't at work and I had my bigger camera. But what it does is,
hold on a second. Oh, wrong one. There you go.
But yeah, what it does is when you tip it that 4 times, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you slowly reel, like a slow reel, and you down, 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 down. It'll make the frog walk back and forth across the top of the water. That's if you're in open water. And what it's doing is, yeah, you're getting that constant back and forth on top of the water. Oh, it just drives bass crazy. I mean, it makes them hit that reaction like nuts. If you're in something like pads or something, I like to do, it's called many things, but I like to call it a hop, skip, and a jump. But if you're like on pads, you get the frog on there, and instead of kicking downwards, you kind of kick up a little bit kitty corner, and then kitty corner the other way. It'll kind of make like the frogs hopping back and forth from pad to pad type deal. The only thing I can say about all that is, though, just always make sure you're slowly reeling in, because you want that line, snug, because when the bass hit it, they're going to go down, and you have to set as they're going down, because if they get all the way down, they spit it as soon as they realize it's not, something they can eat. So there's my little tips. I got to get a frog and pike set all over. I thought you said you. Oh yeah, you said. I know, Ace. I got so many to send out.
Well, there
And
we
I
go.
gotta-
We went from epic catfish to epic bass and pike. So amazing. But the one thing that I want to point out, is what JV just said was some of the same thing that Epic was saying, is that fish are instinctual. If you can get that instinctual bite, that's always going to do. You're always going to have better luck.
Yeah, that's why I love frog fishing, is I try to make my frog bait look like a frog. What does a frog do when it swims?
Yeah.
Try to copy that. What's a frog do when it's on pads? It's hopping from pad to pad. So.
Yeah, one of my D. Smithy put it up in there. My wife, she always loved, her favorite one was a white spinnerbait, white tail, and one spoon. And just reeling that in between the lily pads and whatnot, and she would outfish me most of the time.
Yeah, and I mean, usually the simplest works. I mean, when you're going after the monster ones, yeah, I mean, you got to get their instincts in, because they're smarter because they've gotten that old. But
just like us.
Exactly. They say the older I get, the smarter I get, but I'm starting to not believe it.
Well, come on now. Even I know you've done, myself included, we've done way more stupid things younger. You tend to do a little bit less stupid things as you get older. You may still do stupid things, just not as frequently.
It's just because it hurts more when you get older.
I think we got catfish and crappie going to bed. All right, Mark, have a great night. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good night, Catfish and Crappie. He does have the nicest hats out there. He really does. Yeah, Ace, I'll get them to you. I got so many to get out. I'm too nice to people sometimes. People ask me for stuff, and I give it out. I have no problems. It's just sometimes I forget who I all said I was going to give something to.
Yeah, and a lot of times it happens like in the lives and stuff like this, and there's so much stuff going on that I don't want to say you forget what you say, but you don't write it down. And I don't have, a lot of times when I'm doing these things, like tonight, it was just a last minute thing. I don't have anything here to write down things, and you end up, by the time you got so much other stuff to do, you just forget about it. And it's like Sharp Fishing TV. I said that I was going to do a live with him, and things have just got a little hectic, and it may seem like I'm blowing him off. I have every intention of doing that live with him. I just haven't been able to work it out that we end up at having the same time available. And
yeah, well, that's half the problem there too, actually, is getting time together with people. As I said, I work nights, and a lot of people are like, hey, I'm going live. Like, I have a couple buddies that were live earlier today. Well, at that point in time, I can't jump on.
right.
That's my busier part of the evening, is when I'm having to deal with my patients before they go to bed. But
Yeah, and then third shift, you got to sleep sometime, and we did.
Yep.
My wife did third shift for 20 years, probably.
I've been doing this job for 13, and before this, I worked nights as a machinist for quite a few years. So yeah, it's probably been 20 years of nights for me too. But I was always a night owl. That's actually said I do everything outdoors: fishing, hunting, and bushcrafting and survival. But my favorite thing has become wild hog hunting, because you do that at night.
I have always wanted to do that.
Oh,
We're the same way. We fish, primarily it's catfish now, but we do saltwater fish. We go hunting. We butcher our own deer. You know, we do the whole everything outdoors. We do it. So, but hog hunting, I've always wanted to go do that. That just looks like it's so much fun.
Well, let's see. Me and Section 8 are gonna go here we're supposed to meet up with Backroads and Bass, and he keeps inviting me and saying, "Hey, you gonna come down?" Then I say, "Yes, get a hold of me," and then he never gets a hold of me. And then the next time I talk to him, he's like, "Hey, aren't you still coming down?" I'm like, "I would love to, if you'd ever get back a hold of me."
Yeah, it goes back to the same thing we were just talking about.
Exactly. But I know me and Section 8 are gonna go down there here pretty soon. And then actually Becca, you guys all know Mud Tramp.
No, nobody knows her.
I'm going to be going down to her place in Arkansas and go wild hog hunting there, which that looks like it's going to be fun.
Yeah, where I'm at in Virginia, we just don't have any around here. I think there's some out towards West Virginia. They're starting to make their way up into there. But where I'm at here in Richmond, Virginia, Central Virginia, there's just none here. Which I guess is a blessing in disguise, because they do a lot of damage and et cetera, but they say that is some they say that's some awesome meat.
Wild boar. Here's the deal with wild boar is if the wild boar is over 300 pounds, I wouldn't eat it. You mean unless you're going to turn it all into sausage. Biggest thing I tell, if you cut open the pig and the meat's like a pinkish color, eat it. It's good. If you cut open the boar and it's red, you don't want that. If it's like a dark red meat, that means I don't know, because wild hogs get real musky as they get older, and so does the meat. I don't know if it just kind of soaks into the glands, or the glands soak out into the meat as they get older, but yeah.
Well, there we go.
You made a set of bushcraft knives. Did you put those on Facebook? Because I didn't see them, bud. Are you selling them? If you're selling them, shoot me a DM. I might buy them. At least one of them. I'm always at buying knives. So I'm going to do a 2-day survival this weekend.
That's another thing I'd love to do, is get into making the knives.
Yeah. I haven't been on Facebook a whole lot lately. I did post something because Geo Bushcraft, I got his shirt today. I posted that, but yeah, I haven't been on there a whole lot lately. And I still really don't know how to use Instagram. People are always telling me, "Did you see my thing on Instagram?" I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm so old school. I didn't even have Facebook until I started doing the YouTube thing. Then they're like, "Well, you got to have Facebook," and I'm glad I do now, because that's where half the time I don't get the YouTube notifications. And I'll get it through Facebook, because where people are posting so and so is live. I'll get that before I get the dang YouTube notification for it. No, Forge.
You can get yourself in trouble.
Yeah. Well, I've been married 31 years, so that's that comes with the territory.
31 years? You'd think she'd want you out there forging.
Oh no, it's not the out there part, it's the forging part that she's worried about. I'll burn my hand, break my finger, cut a finger off. She knows my typical
just up the life insurance policy before he buys the forge.
Yeah, because right now we go live Sunday mornings. Then I do the Saturday night show on Norm's channel with the fishing shack with Norm on Saturday nights, and then do these lives whenever, and then end up going during the week, scouting for fishing spots and whatnot here and there with my son Stand 3. So yeah, it's not the going out there and doing it. It's just the what she knows will probably happen to me if I take up a hobby like that.
Oh, yeah. No, I watch your lives. What was it that one morning? You guys were killing it. You guys, gosh, how many fish you guys had caught? You guys were you guys were bank fishing that day.
Yeah.
And I'd missed like the first 3 fish.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even that late.
Yeah. It was like bam, bam, bam. What I got to learn to do what I got to learn to do is when we're doing that is we'll have lives where it's really great the first few hours, and then you're on the bank, so there's only so many fish in that spot, and they're only going to move so much. So then they stop. You've caught the fish that are there, and you're not really getting any more movement. But I'll stay because there's still people. They'll end up staying and staying and staying, and I got to learn. I got to know when to cut that live out at the right spot.
Can you guys bait there? Like, can you guys put because you're fishing rivers a lot of times, right?
Yeah. We usually fish the James River here in Virginia.
Well, we have a James River too, and I'm sure it's not the same one.
Yeah, no. Actually, the James River here in Virginia, it's the 12th largest river in the country. That's all in one state. It's just in the state of Virginia.
I got that. Josh, I'll check it out. I just saw it pop up.
Well, thank you very much there, Aaron. Thank you.
But no, because I'll do that too, because there's a certain bridge I like to hunt, I like to fish under if I'm like taking other people with me to catch bigger catfish, but not go to the Missouri and have to fight with everybody. But we buy like these blood packets, and
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when the fish start getting low, we'll start throwing the blood packets in there and let it, wash down river. So it'll start bringing more catfish up river. But it works sometimes.
I have to check into it. We have, I don't know what, as far as I know, there's no regulations against that here. But, you got to be pretty much have a legal degree to read most of the, you got to have a conveyor's license to know, because they'll give like the from a line directly from geographic point XY 32-degree longitude to this one, and if you're 1 foot on the other side of it, well, you can only keep a fish this size. You go this way and you can't keep it at all. And it's, you really need to be, and a lot of times the DNR or game wardens or whatever, they're not sure themselves.
Oh, I know.
You ask them a question like, well, let's look it up.
Up here, walleye are a big fish. Everybody comes from everywhere to come catch our walleyes. I actually hate walleye fishing. It's the last fish I go catch anymore. Sometimes I catch them on accident, but but that, I mean, it's lake to lake what the regulations are on those damn things. It's too damn confusing.
Sometimes it's different regulations on the same lake.
Yeah, it depends on the time of the year.
Yeah, it's like, how am I supposed to know all this? And, you get that book and you're trying to read through it, and you can even look it up online. You even go to look it up online, and they'll give you what it was in 2007. Well, I don't care what the regulation was in 2007. What is it now?
Exactly. Yeah, it's frustrating. But yeah, that's why I like bass and catfish. It's all the same around in South Dakota. It's all the same. Pike, same. We have so much pike up here. Most people hate them. I love them, because if you can get out yourself on like a 20-pound northern pike, and he gets you, especially if you weren't ready for him.
Yeah.
And you only got like a 10-pound test line on or something like that. You're in for a good day.
what I love about them is that I still remember like I can in my mind like close my eyes and still see some of those strikes. Like I said, you got that big V coming from out in the lily pad or from under, and you see that big V start coming, and all of a sudden it just some of the most unbelievable strikes that you'll ever see from any fish. Because catfishing, you don't really get to see a lot of those strikes other than the pole bending over into the water.
Oh yeah,
But
that's
those big,
yeah, that's why pike and bass are, because that's again top water. I love top water. I love watching the explosion. Oh, I eat them. Oh yeah, pike are actually one of my favorite fish too. People hate pike because they have that Y bone, but when you grow up here, you learn to take them. My grandpa taught me how to take it off. I can flay a pike it takes me about 10 seconds longer to flay a pike than it does any other fish because of that Y bone. But the way you do it is you put the pike out there and you cut down, you cut the flay, and then you flip it. And when you flip it the first time, you cut the ribs out, throw them off, and then you spin it upside down, and then the Y bone will be facing towards you in that shape, and you just kind of take your knife and you slide it down that side, and then you slide it down that side, and then you grab it and you pull it all up, and the whole Y bone will come right out, and then you flay the rest of it out. And it just, once you get quick at it, it takes an extra 10 seconds to flay them out. And yeah, you catch yourself some good pike and you got some good fillets.
yeah, and they're especially you get some of them thicker ones. That's a nice thick. I do a thing also where I scale it, then slice it down, and I'll do I saw actually you learned it years ago in Field and Stream, and you just you go diagonal down it and then diagonal back the other way, and it makes little cubes that are attached to the skin. So any Y bones that are left in there, you basically just cut it so small now that as soon as you cook it, and whether you bake it, fry it, whatever, they just disintegrate. So you're absolutely no bone in it whatsoever. That's actually my son's favorite fish. Yeah, she just said it. That's his favorite fish to eat is pickerel, pike. And then I know there's other ones. There's that 5. You've heard of that 5 fillet method where they like go right down the back and then they take that back thing and it
yep.
there's so many complicated ways, but it like JV said, it's really, once you get used to doing it, it's really not a hard process to and a lot of people, I've seen people just throw them up on the bank because they think they're a garbage fish.
Yep. And yeah, it's just because of that stupid Y bone. I should do a catch and cook, but I should be out ice fishing, but I went upstairs to pull out all my ice fishing gear. I can't find 3 of my poles. And I used to do a lot more ice fishing, but where I live, the ice fishing is terrible. I have to go more north and get to where the good lakes are. And I used to go ice fishing with a guy all the time up there. And we don't really hang out much anymore, so I don't really have a place to go anymore. But once spring comes, I'll get the boat out. I'll go catch me some pike, and I'll make a video of that. That'd actually be a good video. Teach people how to.
Awesome. Yeah, that would be an awesome video because a lot of people, like I said, they have that. They give pickerel, pike. I'm gonna group them all together because they basically are in the same. And they just, like I said, I've seen them just throw them up on the bank, and that's a garbage fish. That's some of the best fish you will ever eat, and it's easier to clean than most other fish, and it's just such a clean, and it's such a clean fish because think about it, they're totally predatory. They're eating other fish or frogs, or they're meat eaters, so they're delicious. That meat is just so clean and such a good eating fish. And like you said, it doesn't take a very big one to have nice fillets on it.
Yeah, because they're all muscle.
Yeah.
Aren't you at Okoboji there, Lynn? If you're ice fishing, throw a minnow down there. You'll catch a pike. Don't throw a worm, throw a minnow. That's how I catch pike in the wintertime.
That was one thing I noticed where I was at. Like I said, we lived on a lake in the Catskill Mountains, and it was just a small lake. It was maybe mile and a half long, and you could see across it. So a big pond to most people, but it was. We lived right on the lake, so we'd go out and put the tip ups up, come back inside, and watch through the window, drinking coffee at the table. we actually caught a 9-pound bass through the ice like that.
Oh yeah, I've caught. Gosh, if I wasn't on my phone, I'd show some pictures. I mean, we got pictures of us holding pike, you know, and we got our arms stretched way out here holding these pike. We pulled up through ice and walleyes and oh yeah.
And that's the other thing that's awesome about ice fishing, that especially if it's the clear ice and you don't got all the snow on top of it, to see that big boy come up and it's you know, your hole's here and that pike is way over here and you're trying to get that. That's exciting.
You know, and our ice gets like 2 feet deep, so sometimes it's you think it's not that far away, and I'll like see the pike get up there, and I'm trying to reach in there and grab it, and then if you've ever had a pike grab you by the hand, it's not a fun experience.
Yeah, you talk about noodling for catfish. Yeah, try noodling for pike through the ice. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I had to do to grab that bass to get it up through the ice. It was so big we couldn't get it through the hole.
Yep.
What do you got? Like most of them go up to like the big size is what, a 10-inch, and then you got the I think like a 5 or 6 up to like a 10-inch mostly with the augers.
Standard around here is 8, 10, and 12.
8, 10, and 12.
I like 10s. 12s. I don't know what you're trying to prove most of the time with the 12.
Well, I tell you, I wouldn't want to try to do a 12-inch hand auger through 2 feet or through 2 feet of ice.
Oh gosh, no, we're lazy up here. We all got gas or electric.
Yeah, I think that's why we had it in New York. There was only so few months of the ice on the water. You know, it was basically January, February, March basically was it. So a lot of us just had the hand auger. So you're doing a hand auger, you know, that 6-inch hole will handle most of what you're trying to get through the ice. Even if you got to grab it and squeeze it through, you'll make it fit through a 6-inch hole rather than going out there with a hand auger trying to cut 10-inch holes with a hand auger. It's not easy.
Well, yeah, with hand augers, that's where you get the small holes, you know, the 4, 6, and 8s.
Yep.
You don't want to be cutting. 8s get to be tough.
That's what I'm saying. A 12-inch hand. No, thank you.
When I was a kid, we used them.
Although that, you know, you do some 12-inch ones, that'd be quite the workout for. You'd get some arms going by the time the ice fishing season was over.
I actually used to have a buddy. His dad was like really quick with them too. Like we would sit there and, you know, I'd actually push down on it and my buddy's dad, he would just lean on it and just, and I'd be like, even as an adult, I can't do it that quick.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. It helps if, you know, the taller you are, the more leverage you get on it. I'm like 6'2"-ish, 6'3"-ish, whatever, and that was a good height to be leaning the weight down on it. Or like my wife said, you could just have a stand 3 that does it for you, and that works out.
Ace. Shut up, dude. You're just jealous because you can't make cookies as cool as I do. We used to only have an ice bar.
Oh, the ice where they used to chop. You go, chop with the ice spud, chop the hole in.
Yeah, that's how we used to break up the ice for our cattle.
And then there's always the chainsaw.
Yeah, the chainsaw was always the best.
But you know, you're getting 2 foot of ice and you got a 14-inch chainsaw blade. It gets kind of.
Yeah, chainsaw works good at the beginning of the year. That's actually fun to, if you just like cut out a big square.
Yeah.
And then everybody just, puts their chairs around it, and you can use regular fishing poles then.
And you know what's awesome, which I was really amazed by, is how deep you can see. Like I used to bring out my hunting blind. I had one of those pop-up tent hunting blinds. That's what I used to use as like my portable ice shanty. But you get out there and you get some holes, and you could see. It was amazing how when you cut that glare out, how far down you could see into the.
Oh yeah. Well, the water gets so calm because
Yeah,
the waves ain't hitting it anymore and stirring up the bottom. Yeah, it gets so
exactly.
calm.
Yeah. And there's the truck.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
You always get that idiot who, everybody else is driving on a certain path. There's a reason why, people. Don't go veering off.
I'm going to go over to this section over here.
Then you always get that idiot. Or you get the idiot that everybody else is walking out there and dragging their stuff, and because the ice is only 6 inches deep, and there comes the idiot with his ice shack and his truck. And
yeah. Now 6 inches will hold hundreds and hundreds of pounds. That's not the issue. The issue is, for those that don't ice fish, is that, yeah, you might have 100 yards of 6 inches, but you'll hit an underwater spring or where the sun just hits that certain spot, right? And that 6 inches goes down to 2 inches, an inch.
Real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't, until the average is 18 inches, I will not drive my truck out there.
And even that statement to a lot of the country is like,
Yeah. But like when you're at 18 inches, that little spring or whatever is going to be at 6 inches instead of 2.
And when you tell people, yeah, we have a big bonfire out on the ice, they're like, what?
It doesn't burn that quick.
No, it's amazing how dry it stays. It really doesn't melt a lot of that. It'll melt some around the outside edges of it, but underneath it, I was shocked at how it really didn't melt it down that far.
Nope, not very far at all. Because it just it puts itself out as it drops, and then most of the heat rises anyhow.
Let's see. I saw a good question out there. Oh, where's the dream place to fish? Whew. That's a question. That's a good question. Anywhere. I don't know. You got an answer to that, JV? You have a dream place that you would love to go?
Actually, I was going to do it this last year until this whole stupid coronavirus. I was going to do one of those fly-in 8-day fishing trips up in Canada where they just...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Where I take my gear and they drop me off for 8 days with just a canoe and my gear, and then come back and pick me up in 8 days. And that was going to be, because I had bought it was going to be like, it was $2,500, and yeah, it was for 8 days. And wants to come to Virginia. No, that's fine. But yeah, they just drop you off, and they guaranteed you that you were going to catch fish every day. They said, if you don't catch fish every day, we will give you your money back, unless it's like a thunderstorm or something like that. But I was so looking forward to that, because those waters are untouched by boats and stuff like motorboats and stuff like that. And I mean, the pictures I see of people up there doing that stuff, I mean, they're pulling out walleyes that are just, we would think are monsters. They're catching them every day.
Yeah, here's the average. Here's the small one of the day.
Yeah. And the lake trout. I mean, I'm like, you guys are catching those out of canoes? How are you not tipping? But yeah, I was going to go. I had it all set up to go. And then Canada shut off its border.
Yeah. Yeah, that is awesome. I would have loved to have done that before. Now I wouldn't be able to do that now, but yeah, those fly-in Canadian trips or Alaska trips, that's got to be just amazing. I would love to go to Alaska just to see that, just to be up there and experience that one of these days. I'd love to go do some maybe saltwater fishing down in the tropics somewhere where you're just catching a variety of all kinds of fish.
Oh yeah. I've done we took a trip to Mexico one time, and it was one of those things. We paid these guys $500 and they took us out on a boat all day long, and all the beer you could drink too. And I have no idea what we caught, but we caught a lot of cool looking fish.
Yeah. What was it? I don't know, but it was pretty damn cool looking.
I was like, what's this one? And they would, in their half broken English.
Yeah.
I don't know what any of them were. But
But
the cool thing about it, though, is, yeah, we went down there and, yeah, we took off at like 9 in the morning and we went fishing till about 5 in the afternoon. Yeah, we drinking beer all day and just catching fish. It was like for $500, there was 3 of us and we got that boat all day long. And then they flayed up all the fish for us and we came back to shore. There's a restaurant right there at the piers. You can take your fish to them and
Yeah.
you can tell, and they'll cook it up for you right there. That was, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and they clean it and everything, right?
Yep.
Process it, cook it up for you. Yeah, that's got to be awesome. Well, thank you very much for saving me on that one, regulators. Josh asked up here, I don't know if you saw that. Josh said, if I had a person to go fishing with for 2 days, who would it be? And then luckily Aaron saved me there. It says, other than your wife, of course. Ooh, that's a tough question. I would love to go fishing on Lake Kerr with Uncle Josh for 2 days. That would be awesome.
I want to get the whole 1-ton crew. If I come to Virginia, I need to get the whole 1-ton crew together. Oh, wait, they're are they in Virginia?
Yeah, they're in
Yeah.
Virginia. They're at Lake Kerr, the western, I guess that would be southwestern or central western Virginia. Kind of like on the border between, I think Lake Kerr is kind of on the border close to North Carolina and Virginia border.
I'd like to get the whole crew together, and then I can, because I'll fit in with the 1-ton crew.
Well, for those that saw when 1-ton came up here, it was half of 1-ton. So it was a half-ton that came up. It was a half-ton fishing club that came up to the James River here to fish with us on our live. It was Uncle Josh and Art, and Jared and Kyle couldn't make the trip that day, but we had a blast. It was just so much fun. Josh, they are exactly like you see in the videos and on their lives. Josh, I keep saying, Josh was messing with us all day long. He had the bells that you put on top of the pole, and he had a set of the bells in his pocket, and he'd wait till nobody was looking or paying attention to something else, and he'd go, ding, 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 and then he would look too, to play it off, and you're like, damn it, Josh! 15 minutes later, he waits, nobody's looking again, ding, 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 ding. What we had just had, and then the people passing by, we were messing with the people walking by and that were out in the boats. It was just, we didn't catch any fish, but it was fun from morning till it ended.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll catch fish if I come. I'm actually really simple when it comes to catfishing. Of course, laws might be different there. Here, we can only have 2 poles, and you can only have 4 hooks. But I got a little place I go, and I just go catch creek chubs, and then I double hook a creek chub and I throw it out there. That's all I do, and it works every time. I've never not caught catfish with that, but I think creek chubs are their favorite.
Yeah,
I've never,
oh, go
I've
ahead.
never, I've never had luck with chicken liver. I've never caught a dang fish with a chicken liver.
Yeah, it's funny how the different things work in different parts of the country and work differently. Like we've had days here where the gizzard shad, and up in this part of the James, the gizzard shad is your prominent uh, bait fish, or what they feed on predominantly. Like I haven't really had much luck with bluegill, but we've had days where we had fresh shad, fresh eel, and the only thing we caught fish on that day was chicken. Had one pole out with chicken, and that was getting all the hits. And have fresh shad and eel and stuff right next to it, and nothing. So it's
Certain lakes around here, but this is lakes, usually not rivers. Certain lakes, bullheads. I don't know if you guys have bullheads there.
they're here. We had more of them up in New York, where I was at. There was the predominant catfish in the lake that we lived on. They didn't even really have channel cats in the lake.
Oh, yeah, we catch bullheads because bullheads are considered a nuisance species.
Yeah.
So you can catch 50 of them a day.
Yeah.
And they're actually not bad to eat in the springtime. But we'll catch a bunch of those and use those as cut bait, and that works in a lot of the bigger lakes because that's what the catfish eat in the bigger lakes are the bullheads, and that works really good here. We don't usually use, because I always see people using like bluegill and stuff like that. I eat bluegill.
Yeah, it's a bluegill, like I said, around now. White perch will work really good here in the James.
We don't have white perch.
Yeah, it's predominantly salt water coming up into freshwater.
Oh yeah, we're far away from salt water.
Hey, Lorianne, how you doing tonight? Thank you for stopping in.
Uh-oh, Lori's here.
Lori is here.
She saw us the other night.
Good morning, all.
Hey, Lori.
Yep, this was just another one of my short lives. That's what I said 3 hours and 52 minutes ago.
Well, we can do a double collab there, Mike. You can come up here. I'll take you where you can catch some yellow perch, and then you take me where I can catch some big old catfish. I want to catch one of those big old blues everybody else is always catching.
Yeah, that I tell you, it gets addicting when you start catching a few of the big ones, and you see that big one come in, and it looks like a dang shark, blue shark coming in. You actually get it to where you can see it, and that thing just does that swap at the top of the water, and it's just it's awesome. It's amazing how addicting that can be.
I like catching any fish. I really do. But yeah,
Yeah.
big ones are always. Avid's in here. I didn't even know you were in here, buddy.
Yeah, well, Avid's working too.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what your predominant audience this time is. Everybody's at work or they can't sleep, one or the other. Yeah, Uncle Josh loves to throw that one out all the time.
143 pounds. I could still take that one.
I'd be happy.
Keep it a secret, Lori. You don't know.
I'd be happy with catching half of that world record.
Yeah. I said I'm happy when, like, if I catch like a 10-pound channel, I'm like, holy buckets, that's a good fish.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the difference is you know, you match your gear to the fish that you're fishing for, and you know, I'll have as much fun sitting there. I could sit there and catch bluegills all day long on a little ultralight or a cane pole or something and have a blast. You know, but if I was just out there with like a 8 foot medium heavy or heavy rod with 40-pound test on it, well, yeah, you know, you're catching little bluegill. It's not going to be fun, but Wheeler Lake in Alabama is supposed to be really good.
I actually have a buddy down in Mississippi who owns his own. He actually has 2 private lakes, and he had them built by the Bass Pro guys. And man, you want to go catch yourself some bass that'll about yank your arm off. I was not ready the first time I went. I went with my gear like I fish up here, and our bass don't get that big up here. I mean, I think our state record's like 9.5 pounds for a largemouth or something like that. I ain't never ever hooked up with a 15-pound bass before in my life, and well, I learned real quick. I had to change out all my gear, but I think that I think they're kind of like a different species down south. Like,
Yeah, different strain.
yeah, I mean, there's still largemouth, but I think there's something called like tiger largemouths or something like that. Or
There's like there's a bunch of different strains of largemouth. You know, you got like the Florida strain. There's a California one. There's I don't know of all the names of them, but they were like hybrid bred to get bigger sized and have different tenacity of fight and etc. That's what that whole Florida bass thing back in the day was when bass fishing really started taking off. Was they tried to start copying the Florida strain because they were, you know, huge.
yeah. Another Nebraskian. What? El Hafer?
Yep, El Hafer, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again.
Kerr is 77 square. Holy crap, that's a giant lake. It's not a lake, that's like a bay. I'm actually going to be in Nebraska next week. I think it's next week. Yeah, it's next week.
Yeah, Mike Turner. So the bunch of people are. No, Mark is still looking for his first big blue. They're not all across the country, so if you're lucky enough to be around some waters that produce some big blue catfish or big flatheads or even big channels, we caught a 15-pound channel cat last Thursday, and that sucker fought. We thought we had about a 30-pound blue on, and it turned out to be a 15-pound channel cat. But just by the way that channel cat just has a different way of fighting, and it wouldn't give up. It fought from the moment it hit that bait to the moment it hit the shore, and then it was still fighting. Oh, look at here, Mike Turner. You got more than one person that's wanting to fish with you.
Well, come join us, catfish regulators. More merrier. Unless you catch my fish. Because if I don't catch the biggest fish, then I throw a fit like a little girl.
That's quite the trip for let's see, catfish regulators. That's North Carolina.
Oh, you can still come. You can crash. We'll both just crash at Mike's place. He can sleep on the couch. We'll take his bed.
Lake Curtis Square.
Oh man,
850 miles of shoreline.
that is freaking. That's a bay. That is not a lake.
You better be able to find some shore fishing spots on 850 miles of it.
Ace, why you always got to bring up the dress? That was actually a catfishing live I did though. I was interviewing the catfishing guys where I had the dress on.
I missed that one.
Oh, you don't want to see it. Unless you want to have nightmares for the rest of your life.
Yeah, well, I'd be about there in the same boat. I'm a pretty good-sized dude myself, so.
Oh, I was all decked out. I had a blue sparkly dress on with like a blue and purple long-haired wig on.
Was this a lost bet or something, or?
No, if you come on my lives, I always warn people, if you come on my lives, I'm doing a spoof on you. That's why he was talking about cookies earlier, because I did a spoof on the last live I did. I made fun of them making cookies. But I did it for the catfishing guys. One was J&J Catfishing Anglers. For him, I was his biggest fan. And so I put the whole dress on there and I sang "You Are So Beautiful to Me" and stuff like that. Yeah, I wish I could have unseen it. Yeah.
We're coming down there one of these days, regulators. Yeah, we're trying to get a bunch of people because we're all the Virginia area, so Lake Kerr is close enough. It's only a few hours away, even from like Washington D.C. area, to even get down there. There's a huge group of people that could actually get together. You could have North Carolina, Virginia, D.C. area.
No sound. Yeah. Yeah, me, Mike, and Lynn and everybody, we got to get together because I don't have any other YouTubers in South Dakota except for West River. And they're way further away from me than, Mike and Lynn are.
Yeah, we had, like I said, 1 ton fishing came up here, half of 1 ton fishing came up here, and Chesapeake Bay catfishing came down at the same day. We had a lot of fun. Like I said, it was not the greatest day for catfishing, but we had a lot of fun. We had some good eats. We had good breakfast and good lunch, and we were laughing at people all day long. So.
Oh, well, I think I better jump off here. I better actually get some actual work done. It's been fun talking to you.
Yeah, you too, my friend. I appreciate you coming up in. Thank you so much. Glad we got to talk about a variety of fishing topics.
Yeah. No, I'm always up to jibber jabbering when I'm bored at work.
That's the best time to do it.
Hey, Mike Costello, what's up? But all right,
All right, my friend.
peace out, man.
Have a good one. Throwing up the deuces. Hey, Mike Costello's in the house. Thank you very much for coming in. Yeah, it's getting to be about that time where the short live stream might be coming to an end. Yeah, I heard that, Mike. I heard you were going to be doing a little something with Michael Murillo. All right. Yeah, I'm probably only going to keep the stream going for about another 15 minutes or so. I put the link up there if anybody else wants to pop in before we get out of here. What an awesome night. Had Uncle Josh up on earlier, talking about how he's doing. Then we had Epic up on here. Had to be for a good, 2 hours or more probably with Epic. What a catfish seminar that was. Hey, Bluegrass Roadside, thank you for coming in. Still got 19 people watching. That should actually watch for 4 hours. Yeah, that should actually have put us over the 4,000 hour mark. Now all we need is another 565 wonderful family members, and I know the big fat ass sausages. I keep hitting the screen as I'm trying to read the chat. Yeah, like I said, Bluegrass will probably only be on for about another 15 minutes or so. Thank you very much, Lynn. That would be greatly appreciated. Instigated this night. Yeah, thank you, Catfish instigators. I mean regulators. That was it did work out pretty well. Damn, I need another water. Yeah, D. Smithy was sleeping, and I'm like, well, why not? I'm getting up to go come in and start. She's like, where are you going? I was like, well, I'm just gonna go do a short live for a little bit. She's like, oh, I know what that means. I'll see you in how many hours? All right, Lori, appreciate you coming in. Yes, hope you are able to get back to sleep. I'm going to be heading there myself very shortly. I've got a Ghost Adventure show to go watch. Oh, Lynn, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure's mine. I have all the fun. Hey, did Mom catch anything? Well, awesome, Lisa. I hope that you come back in again anytime. I hope you subbed and hit the bell, because you never know when we're going live. We go fishing live every Sunday morning at 7 a.m. We fish the James River with Stan 3 and myself. But these little late night lives happen whenever it happens. Let's see. We got somebody in. Let's add them to the stream.
I figured I'd jump up here there, Stan, just long enough to tell you, grab that rod.
Yeah. Yeah, I still hear that bell and think of Josh that day. That was hilarious. Well, it was hilarious the first 4 times, but after about 9 hours of it.
Anyways, everybody, Stan, you and your family, everybody else, have a good night. Love seeing you all.
Nice seeing you, Ace. I'm glad you're feeling better. You sound a lot better, even.
Yeah. Hoping to get back up live soon.
Oh, well, that was a quick stop in. No, well, I don't know. Ghost Adventures might be on, but we've got it on the DVR. I told you we watched that show. Awesome, Lisa Lee. I'm glad that you liked it. We always try to do get some talking about catfishing going, or fishing in general, and it was awesome of Epic to put on that seminar tonight. I must have missed it. Let's see. Yeah, that's true. 31 years. Come the end of January, it will be 31 years. So yeah, she doesn't mind putting me out every now and then. Fish fry at Lynn's house. Let's see. All right, Lynn, way to go. I hope Mom had a great time. Tell her we said hello. Right? Isn't that a great show, Lisa? We love watching that show. And poof, she gone. Yeah, it looks like we should have some good weather for this weekend's fishing. Not sure where we're going to be out on the James yet, but we'll be out there Sunday morning at 7. Hopefully Little Smith will be back out with us. All right, Mike Costello, my brother, say hello to Noah and Taylor for us. That's right. Got to get back to that homework. Appreciate you stopping in. Still got 19 people here, even with everybody else leaving. But yeah, Mike, that should be y'all should have a get together and do a Mike's greet and meet. I know, that's crazy. Yeah, look at all the Mikes. You gotta have Mike Turner, Mike Costello, Mike Murillo, Mike Kaufman. You'd have a whole lake full of Mikes out there fishing. To see Epic. I know that was I hope everybody enjoyed that part of it. I know I like getting into the science part of the catfish, and he did a great job of explaining a lot of the things there. Really appreciate all the comments of how well we did together. And Mike Tellez. Yeah, well, you know, you might get other Mikes willing to make the trip. You never know. Call it Mike's Lemonade. Yeah, that's true. I definitely learned a lot of things during a little talk we had with Epic tonight. I hope he does continue to stop back in, and that'd be awesome if he does get that 3D version of the videos that he's talking about doing. That would be awesome. All right, so we hit 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's 3:20 in the morning. We're gonna go ahead and shut this sucker down. Like the movie Highlander, there can only be one Mike, and it's Mike Turner. You can take away our mics, but you cannot take away our freedom. Yep, these the overnight lives tend to be it's either people that can't sleep or people that are at work or that normally work third shift and are off but can't sleep that night. I'm surprised Stephen Corley didn't make it in this evening. He's usually one of the loyal overnighters. But again, I want to thank everybody for coming in. I want to thank everybody for all these wonderful family members and the fishing family that we have here. And I can't thank you all enough. Like I said, when we started the stream last Sunday, I think we were at 422 or something like that, and up to 435 earlier tonight when I had checks. Just unbelievable. I just enjoyed doing it. I love being out there and taking y'all fishing with us, and love sitting here having a good talk with you. Oh, no problem. Regulars, y'all mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. I am so glad that you sent that message, and we wouldn't have had that this whole wonderful chat that we've had, and the seminar that we got to attend a little earlier. Then we had JV come up on with us, and everybody got to talk to Josh and hear how he's doing a little better. So all in all, it was an awesome live. Again, thank you all for being out there. If you're sub, please hit the sub. Not sub, please hit the sub button. Hit the bell button, because you never know when we're going to do these lives like this. All it takes is one of those nights where there's not other people out live, and I get a couple people asking me to do it. I end up doing it. I guess I don't do too well with peer pressure, right? I get right into it. So again, thank you all for supporting Two Stands Fishing. Y'all have a great night. I'll talk to y'all very soon. See y'all later.